Hit record. And I'm going to start asking you guys some questions. We're going to do a quick refresher on chapter 14. So go ahead and set your chats to private to where you can just send me a private message. Again, I want our answers. I don't want anybody to worry about your answers. This is just between me and you. But it kind of allows me to see where we are, anything we need to review, anything we need to mention. This was chapter 10, so you're not getting, I'm not going to give you the answer, you know? So in a private chat from chapter 14, good recap. Tell me A, B, C, or D. So let's see what we got here. The sales price of a property. How's that going to show up on the settlement statement? Well, if we think about the sales price, we could eliminate two of these right away, right? We could knock out A and B right away because we know that's a double entry item. That's something we know we're going to see on both parties. So we're down to C and D. And really for the sales price, what we're saying, money coming into the seller, money coming out of the buyer. We're going to get into our offer to purchase and contract tonight. And this is what it takes us 17 pages pretty much to say the buyer's going to pay the seller the sales price in exchange for the property. So if we were to shake that out in CD verbiage, debit the buyer, credit the seller. Questions on this one? Questions on the question? All right. Let's try another one. A, B, C, or D. Let's see. Are you going to answer? Are you busy? RESPA. RESPA requires that, closing happens within 90 days of the contract. There's no regulation on the contract to closing period. That's a negotiable item between buyer and seller. So no RESPA requirement. Disclosures be made of all settlement costs. I like that one, but let's see what else we got. Seller's lender discloses their balance due. None of our business. Buyer reviews final CD 2 days prior to settlement. What's wrong with that one? It is, that's right, it's 3 days. So we were looking for, RESPA is all about, TRID is all about disclosure. Disclosing to the consumer, disclosing to this consumer specifically with RESPA is the cost to close, the settlement costs. TILA is about the cost to obtain the loan. The two together give us TRID, and that's what regulates the lenders, how the lenders process. Questions on this one?
Sorry about that.
It's okay.
I couldn't answer you. I mean, I had good news. Like I said, I got a one under contract. I believe it was Friday
Good.
or whenever you told me. I did it over the weekend, but then today, what I was just on the phone with was my first one ever that I stayed up to about 1:30 getting under contract. That decides that he's just gonna take the loss and due diligence in earnest because it was closing next week too. So he's just gonna take the loss and he's backing out.
That happens. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm
Yeah.
sorry to hear that. But you know what? On to the next.
Yeah, it's no problem. Like I said, it is.
Welcome to real estate. They don't all close. And that's a hard
Right.
lesson, your first one, but unfortunately they don't all close. So
It
yeah,
was it was in line to close on the 23rd.
I always used to say, because you guys remember I started as an admin, so I kind of watched the sales process from afar. You know what I'm saying? Like I was watching I had 70 some agents at one point. And I learned from them very early on, y'all don't spend that commission check until it's closed.
Right.
I saw so many heartbreaks, y'all. I was the admin that had tissue and chocolates in her office. So people came to see me to to be upset or to celebrate. And that's one thing I learned is don't bank on it until it's closed.
Yeah.
So thank you for when you got another one under contract. So all right, questions on this one, RESPA questions.
I wasn't sure on this one.
How you feel now? Disclosure of the settlement costs? A, B, C, or D? So an example of a kickback that is not allowed by RESPA. So remember RESPA put some regulations on our kickback and referral fees. The key, the trick is going to be to or from settlement service providers. So the surveyor is a settlement service provider. And as soon as you can recommend your buyer to the surveyor, you can say, this is a surveyor I've used, I recommend them. I can't make them use a surveyor. And if they do use a surveyor, all the surveyor can do is call me and say, thank you. They can't offer me anything. And as we said, I think it's important that you and I realize this. They didn't do anything with our agent to agent referral fees because it's not necessarily that we're recommending a service as it is that we are, what lack of a better word, handing our clients off to somebody that's more capable. I mean, why else would we be handing agent to agent referral, right? Either you're out of my market or you want my best friend that wants to buy commercial. I don't know anything about commercial. I wouldn't be a good candidate for her, but what I can do is recommend refer her to an agent that does and collect a referral fee. So they didn't do anything with that. Like we said the other day, I can still do gifts to my clients because they're not settlement service providers. The builder is a seller. He's not a settlement service provider. Questions on this one? Right. A, B, C, or D? So who pays us? How does that typically show up on our settlement statement? Debit the seller typically. Stay tuned. Things could change in July and August. We may have more buyers paying our commission. We may see buyers and sellers negotiating commission. There's still a lot of questions out there. If you're not familiar what's going on with the NAR settlement, I recommend, because we know how Google works, right? You can go out there and find a whole bunch of noise. And the day they released this stuff, there was like misleading headlines all over the place. So if I may recommend for a factual source, I would go straight to NAR's website, National Association of Realtors, and they have a settlement facts, FAQs. So that addresses kind of what's going on, where we are, and I would go to them for what's going to happen in the next few months. But stay tuned, Dakota. I know you're affiliated, so make sure you're, going to your sales meetings and being on the know there. Rachelle and me, when you guys join your firms, it'll be the hot topic. So just be prepared for that. I'll share with you guys my sales firm, my real estate sales firm. We have, I mean, just incredible leadership. I don't know another way to say that. And she's like a co-owner, but she runs the place, but she's not the big. She's been talking about this thing. We've been talking about this for a better part of a year now. So she's been seeing this coming. 8 months ago, we had a meeting on the buyer compensation and our buyer's agency agreement. So my agents could start getting ready for it. So I just think some of that forward thinking, that leadership, definitely is invaluable. So just things to think about when you're looking for a firm, and if you're talking to the BIC and he has no idea what you're talking about with the settlement, that may not be that leadership. Any questions on this? Let me say one more thing. The settlement statement, the trick is to know it's a credit to who, debit to who. So is it credit the buyer, debit the buyer, credit the seller, debit the seller? Make sure you're using your cheat sheet until Saturday morning. So use that cheat sheet, that who pays for what, so we can know who typically does. Questions? One more, and this, I think this is our last one, but don't hold me to this. A, B, C, or D? So in North Carolina, we want to know that the seller pays for the day of closing when we prorate. Remember, prorating is that shared expense between buyer and seller. I think if I can word that another way, the seller is responsible for the day of closing. So if it's taxes, they're going to pay that day's taxes. If it's HOA dues, they're going to pay that day's HOA dues. If it's rent, they're going to keep that day's rent. So the seller's responsible. Buyer cannot bring a personal check to settlement. We need readily available funds. The reason being is because we're trying to get settlement and closing to happen on the same day. And if they bring a personal check, we're going to have to wait 3 to 5 business days for that thing to clear, right? So we want readily available funds, cashier's check or money order. I'm sorry, cashier's check or a wire transfer. And which one we do may be up to the attorney. I know, for example, some attorneys will say any amount over $25,000 wire transfer. That's it. So just if you've not worked with this attorney before, just call them. And then our last option here, buyer gets keys as soon as they sign at settlement. Nah, it's not a done deal until it closes. It's not closed until that deed is recorded. So I'm sure all of us have a story, if not even a personal story. Either it happened to us or we know of somebody that was handed the keys at settlement. Remember, it's still the seller's home until that deed changes hands, until that deed's recorded. So, you hate to think like this, but let's run through the what ifs. What if you give your buyer the key at settlement and they run right over to their brand new house before the deed's recorded, they get out of the car and they fall down and they hurt themselves? Who's that going to be on? That could still be on the seller because the deed's still in their name. Does that make sense? So we just want to keep them away until their insurance kicks in. So they'll get it when that deed records at closing. Questions? And this is the last one. So questions on anything from chapter 14, anything we went over last week in 14. I'm going to stop sharing just for 1 second while you guys are thinking. All right. So where are we tonight? The main focus tonight, and don't forget we're doing CD4 on Thursday. So if I forget tonight, maybe I'll remember tomorrow. I'll try to remember again tomorrow, but CD number 4, we're going over that on Thursday. The main focus tonight is our standard offer to purchase and contract, standard form QT. This is probably the one that you use the most often. Now, last week we discovered that we have other offer to purchase and contracts for different situations. So for example, we have one for vacant lot and land if there's not a structure on the land, on the property, if there's not a dwelling. We also have an offer to purchase and contract for new construction. We're going to look at our new construction addendum. Probably not tonight. I think I'm going to switch the forms up, do this one tonight, maybe the rest of them tomorrow, kind of relieve the burden of all these forms. But we'll look at that new construction addendum and talk more about when we would use that with 2T versus the offer to purchase and contract for new construction. What I want us to focus on this evening right now is our standard form 2T. And as you can see here, we're going to do a line by line review. We're going to reference the guidelines for completing. Remember, any form that has the guidelines available, it'll tell you at the very top. We'll see that in just a second. So you know when you may need to reference that. You guys know my super simple philosophy, or one of my super simple philosophies. When in doubt, find out. We have that duty. We owe that to our clients. So if you're stuck on completing a form, you can refer to your guidelines completing. For 2T, you can refer to pages 330 to 355 in your real estate manual. Of course, you also have your BICs. Seasoned agents in your office are willing to help. So just find out. I'll be honest with you guys, if it goes down and you get a complaint, I didn't know is probably not going to be a good enough, especially if the answer is available. Does that make sense? So when in doubt, find out. So with that being said, we are in the online learning system, and I'm under the link to post 302 specific forms. For the two of you not affiliated, because you don't have access to it, you may just want to grab it so you can review it, so not just even for your test, but just for later. For some reason, it's down here near the bottom, and it's the corrected 2T. So that's what you're looking for. Again, if you guys want to grab it. The guidelines are in here as well. I can't find them. That's to complete. That might be him. No, that's for 800T. So the guidelines are going to be in here somewhere too, if you guys want to grab those. See what I mean by all the forms? All the forms. Here we go, 2G. That's the guidelines to complete. So you guys have that available as well, again, if you want to grab it while you still have access to the online learning system. So here it is. Offer to purchase and contract tells us to consult guidelines 2G for guidance in completing this form. Note first off, this form serves two purposes. It serves as an offer to purchase, and upon acceptance becomes a contract. I think we mentioned the other day that some states and commercial, for example, may use, instead of an offer to purchase, they may use a letter of intent. Some builders may use a letter of intent. So they pretty much take the negotiable terms of the contract and draft it up on one piece of paper with blanks. So you submit, you fill in the blanks, what's your purchase price, due diligence, etc. You submit, we negotiate on that piece of paper. And then once we come to terms, then we fill in the contract. But our forms committee gave us a one and done. We don't have to do multiple different forms. And we can use this to present and negotiate an offer. And then upon acceptance, it becomes a legally binding contract. So this is for valuable consideration, the receipt, legal sufficiency of which we are hereby acknowledged. Buyer offers to purchase, and seller upon acceptance agrees to sell and convey the property in the terms set below, and this offer to purchase and contract and any addendum or modifications made together refer to as the contract. The first thing I want to point out, we got lots to point out, but one thing I want to point out, you guys notice here, I got like buyers capitalized, sellers capitalized, property is capitalized. These words wouldn't be capitalized if we were normally talking about buyer, seller, property, right? Only proper nouns are capitalized. So why is the buyer capitalized? Why is the seller? Throughout the contract, when we see things that are capitalized that aren't normally capitalized, what it's telling us is we have defined them somewhere in the contract. So we're not just talking about any buyer, we're talking specifically about this buyer. We're not talking about any property, we're talking about this property. So when you see things, and it's all throughout the contract, but when you see things in your little grammar Noid kicks in and says, that shouldn't be capitalized, the forms committee. No, it's okay. It's capitalized because they have defined it somewhere else or somewhere in the contract. So that's that. The first provision or the first piece of the offer to purchase and contract, we're going to spend the first 2.5 pages just defining things. So we're going to go through this first provision, our terms and definitions. The terms listed below shall have the respective meaning given to them as set forth adjacent to each term. And as mentioned, one of the very first things we have to do is identify who is our buyer and who is a seller. Again, it's not a specific buyer or seller, but we do need to identify who that buyer and seller are. I need full legal names of all parties. Don't Mr. and Mrs. them. They are two separate entities. My name is not Mrs. Julie Campbell. My name, or Mrs. Ryan Campbell. My name is Julie A. Campbell. His is Ryan L. Campbell. We would have two separate names. We need all of the sellers that have to show up and sign that deed to convey, and their spouses. We also need all buyers who's going to purchase the property. It may come down to the lender who we add as buyers. For example, if your buyer is getting a co-signer, the lender may want the co-signer on the contract. So these are good conversations for us to have with the lender as these kind of progress.
So your middle name doesn't have to go there. You can just.
You
Okay.
can if you want to, but yeah, we're not looking for the middle name so much as we are, yep, juniors, seniors, thirds, you know, all that. I think Rachel, when in doubt, spell it, you know, spell it all out. But it's been my experience, most attorneys are gonna middle initial your name. I will say this too. When your buyers, not so much your sellers, but when your buyers go to settlement, they're going to have to, the attorney's going to want to see their driver's license. So they're going to want to make sure the name that you gave them matches the driver's license, because that's what they're using here to draw up the new deed, all the paperwork, that good stuff. So it may not be a bad idea for us to ask to see their driver's license so we can make sure, you know, we match what the attorney's going to see in 4 weeks, 6 weeks, etc. The other thing about the names, it's okay to identify the roles. So for example, if you wanted to say Ryan L. Campbell and Julie A. Campbell married or spouses or something like that, I'm not telling you we're taking Tennessee by the entirety. I'm just telling you we are husband and wife. I had, you know, situation, the daughter was buying a house. The mother was putting down very healthy down payment. Cash buyer, so no lender was involved to, you know, say to do anything. But the mom said, you know, with the amount of the check that I'm writing, I want my name on this deed as well. So I listed them, put them down there, and then I identified their role as mother-daughter. And then that way there was no, you know, confusion for the attorney. He knew who he was dealing with, if that makes sense. So it's okay to identify those roles, especially if you have, you know, I didn't want the attorney to see two people with the two women with the same last name and create Tennessee by the entirety, right? We need to be very, very clear, especially when you have a situation like that. So just be clear, help the attorney out. Then we define the property. The property shall include all that real estate described below, together with all appurtenances. Who remembers what an appurtenance is? What does an appurtenance mean? Anybody? Oh, trick question.
With the property.
It runs with the land. That's right. If it's very good, if it's appurtenant, that means it conveys from one owner to the next to the next. Why do we need to know that word? Because it's like the fourth word in our offer to purchase and contract. So we are told the property shall include all that real estate described below with all the appurtenances, including the improvements located in the fixtures and personal property that we're going to list and talk about in paragraphs 2 and 3 below. Property will or will not include a manufactured mobile home. Property will or will not include an off-site and or separate septic, lot, boat slip, garage, parking space, or storage unit. Then we're going to reference the big blue note underneath it. If there's a manufactured home or a separate lot, boat slip, garage, parking space, or storage unit included, buyer and seller are strongly encouraged to include our additional provisions addendum and attach it to this offer. The additional provisions addendum, this is one that we were able to look at last week. This is one of the forms that we were able to check out last week. And this is the one, do we need more information about the manufactured home? We can do it in the additional provisions addendum. Do we need to address an off-site thing, like a boat slip, for example? Other things we saw in the additional provisions addendum, if there's a tenant in place, if we need to see about installing or modifying a septic system, if your buyer wants to put an expiration date on their offer. What else was there? Improvements, anything we may want addressed or approved when the seller's considering the offer. Remember, we're just now presenting the offer. And if your buyer looks at you and says something like, I'm not buying this house if that's not fixed, then our little red flag just went up to use that additional provisions addendum. I'll say it. I'm a big fan of our offer to purchase and contract. I like the way it's laid out. I like how helpful it is to me and you. And you will notice again, as we go through these, that when a need comes up to use an addendum, the contract helps me out, as it's doing right here in this blue note. So they take away some of the guesswork for us, you guys, as long as we're familiar with it, as long as we know what's in it. So if you have a manufactured mobile home on the property, if you have an off-site garage space, etc., parking space, etc., then we are encouraged to use our additional provisions addendum. Then we have a place to put our street address, city, zip, county. The property is located in North Carolina. This is a North Carolina form for North Carolina properties. So they went ahead and took it upon themselves to fill in the state for us. Thank you. One less thing we have to fill in, right? So they did that. Our blue notes telling us about governmental authority over taxes, zoning, school district, utilities, and mail delivery may differ from the address shown. You get into some rural parts and you may have a street address and then you may have a mailing address. So it might be something like 123 Main Street and Route 8 something, right? So just keep in mind that you may have conflicting. Specifically, what we're looking for here is the street address, not the mailing address or the school district zoning codes, whatever. When we're using documents to convey property, and the sales contract is a document used to convey property, the street address alone is not sufficient. We need more information. We need a legal description. And you can see here the form tells us to complete all applicable. So if we have information in the legal description that relates to this property, we have a duty to put that in there. We're going to be looking up the properties on the GIS. Geographical Information System. The tax records. We'll be looking it up in a program called Realis. We're going to be looking up in several different sources to make sure that we get all of the applicable legal description. So we have a place for the plat reference. What's the lot number of the property? Is there a block? Is it in a subdivision or a condominium? There's our plat book and page on the second line there. The tax ID, some counties call it a PID, some call it a PIN. What we're looking for is the tax ID number. Some counties have a number about this long. It could vary from county to county. Other description, if you come across any other legal description, and then of course our deed book and page. So identifying the property, all the legal description. This just helps, there's lots of people touching this contract. The lender has to touch it, the attorney has to touch it, the appraiser touches it, and this just helps everybody that touches it to make sure we are all talking about the same property. It's really important that we're on the same page and we're talking about the same property. Then we have the purchase price. So you can see here, I got a bunch of lines on the left. Remember what we said the other day, you guys, we're never going to leave a blank blank. And when it comes to this section specifically, if we're going to negotiate zero, I think what we should put in here is zero. If it has a dollar sign in front of it, please acknowledge it somehow. We don't want somebody to try to make themselves more money. Does that make sense? So we got the first line is our purchase price paid in US dollars upon the following terms. Before I go on, we're going to see a bunch of lines in between, but let's go ahead and fast forward to the very bottom, and then we'll come back and fill in the gaps. So the first line up top is asking us for the purchase price. What is it that the price that the buyer agrees to buy and the seller agrees to sell? Then we're going to go through and deduct all these other things. And the total we're going to get down here is the balance of the purchase price in cash at settlement, some of which may be paid with the proceeds of a new loan. So it's important that we understand, it's important that our buyer understands. If you're going to put up a due diligence fee, that's that much less you have to pay at closing. you're going to put up earnest money, that's that much less you're going to have to bring to closing. So we start at the top and deduct for our balance. Does that make sense? And like we told the buyer, when you make it to closing, earnest money and due diligence will be credited back to you. That's exactly what we're doing here. We're acknowledging that they have already paid this. If we make it to closing, we can almost think of this as a down payment. They're prepaying some into it. It's just called due diligence fee and earnest money. They do things, but if we get to closing, they all shake out for the buyer. So the second line there is our due diligence fee made payable and delivered to the seller on the effective date. We're going to define the effective date on the next page. And they can pay the due diligence fee by cash, personal check, official bank check, or wire transfer, electronic transfer. To specify the payment service if need be. Then we have a place for initial earnest money and additional earnest money. Don't let initial and additional throw you off. Earnest money is earnest money, it's earnest money. It's just whenever we decide that the buyer is going to deposit it into the escrow account. It might be that we negotiate that the buyer will put it down initially when we go under contract, or maybe the buyer and seller agree that the buyer doesn't have to put it down until after 2 weeks or the day of due diligence, for example. Before I say much more, let's just stop and think for a second. Let's think about what's happening to this earnest money while we're under contract. This earnest money is just hanging out in somebody's escrow account. Maybe it's a closing attorney, maybe it's a real estate firm, but this earnest money is just sitting there. If the buyer terminates within due diligence, they get their earnest money back. They lose the due diligence, the seller will keep that, we'll see that, but they're going to get their earnest money back. So if they exercise their right and terminate within due diligence, they're going to get this back. So with that being said, kind of what's the difference of the buyer paying earnest money now or waiting to see if we're going to get through due diligence? And if we do, agreeing to put it down as additional earnest money. A lot of times it shakes out on the day of due diligence. So we know that day if we're going to move forward or not. The buyer's not out any difference, right? If they put it down and terminate, they get it back, or they keep it until they decide they're going to move forward and do additional. Like I said, it's just all negotiable between the parties. It's however the parties agree to work this out. We just have options here to aid in their negotiations. So the initial earnest money deposit made payable and delivered to the escrow agent. Again, we're going to define the escrow agent in paragraph 1F. Within 5 days of the effective date of this contract, by cash, personal check, official bank check, wire transfer, electronic transfer. Initial earnest money due within 5 days of the effective date. Additional earnest money is made payable and delivered to the escrow agent no later than 5 p.m. on, put this date in, and note right there, it says, time being of the essence. Well, that was a bad line. Can anybody remind me what time being of the essence is about?
Time is ticking. I mean, you have a deadline, basically.
It's a drop dead date and time. Time is ticking. I love it, Rachel. You have a drop dead date and time. 5 p.m. on, pick a date, May 31st. Does that say 4:34 on May 31st? Does that say 6:30 on June 1st? That says 5 p.m. on, put a date in. That's pretty dang specific, isn't it? And that's what we're referring to with additional earnest money. It is due no later than 5 p.m. on this date. Additional earnest money can be cash, official bank check, wire transfer, electronic transfer. Please note, personal check is not an option for additional earnest money. Again, the reason thinking we want readily available cash. By this point, we only may be a couple days or maybe a week away for settlement. We don't want personal checks slowing things down. Personal checks got to clear the bank. So Initial can be personal check. Additional needs to be readily available funds. You guys see that? Or don't see it in the additional, right? It's the piece that's missing from the additional, and it's not by accident. We're gonna further define due diligence and earnest money in our contract in just a second. So we're gonna define what they are and what they do. So we'll see that in a second. What I do want to say right now, and I know this is hard to wrap our brains around. I get it. There's no formula I can offer you guys for how much due diligence or how much earnest money should be in this transaction. Some agents, especially new agents, want a formula, X amount of the purchase price, for example. There is no formula, you guys, because these are completely negotiable terms. The real estate commission says, you want to know how helpful they are? Whatever the buyer is willing to offer and the seller is willing to accept. It's a totally negotiable. And I'm going to tell you, I've seen over the years, it's very dependent on the market. This crazy seller's market we're coming out of, y'all, I was hearing of 6-digit due diligence fees. Let that sink in. 6-digit due diligence fees. Well, if you're in a multiple offer situation and you're up against 39 other people, you got to do something to make your offer stand out, right? What talks louder than a 6-digit due diligence fee? Than money, exactly. So these are totally negotiable items. And I'm telling you guys, you know, the crazy sellers market we were in a couple of years ago was like way out here. It was like wonky in the universe somewhere. And we're starting to see our pendulum come down. And now I'll call it a more normal seller market, whatever that means, right? We're still in a seller's market, but we're not up here anymore. One day in the future, we're going to see that pendulum swing around and we're going to be back in a buyer's market. And you know what's going to happen to due diligence and earnest money fees is that pendulum keeps ticking its way to the buyer's market. We're going to see this come down a little bit more, a little bit more. Does that make sense? Very dependent on the market. I remember the last buyer's market, and I remember buyers offering $50 in due diligence. This is the sign of the market. These are the different markets. So please, you guys, don't get bogged down in coming up with the right number. The right number is what your buyer is willing to offer. How serious is this buyer and how badly do they want the property, especially when we're in a multiple offer situation? There's your answer. Questions or comments on that? Then we have an assumption. So if the buyer is assuming the seller's loan, we talked about that the other day and what to do with interest. So an assumption of the unpaid principal balance and all obligations of the seller on the existing loan, secured by a deed of trust, in accordance with the attached. Thank you, Forms Committee, for telling me that when we're doing an assumption, I need to include the loan assumption addendum. We may be doing seller financing, X amount down for seller financing in accordance with the seller financing addendum. Or we may have a building deposit in accordance with the new construction addendum. Again, I can't stress how helpful this is to know that if you know the form tells you when you need to do other forms, additional forms. If you're ever going to do a loan assumption, if you're ever going to do seller financing, I need you guys to stop and read those addenda. I need you to pull those out and I need you to look at them because we need to make sure we're properly using them before we expect our buyers and sellers to sign off on them. We are going to look at the new construction addendum. That's one of the forms I have up my sleeve. So we'll talk a little bit more about that. I've never seen a transaction where every single blank is filled in. You're not going to have a loan assumption and seller financing, right? You're just not going to use all blanks. So that's where I say the top line minus anything you may have in between is going to give us our balance. And just make sure if you're not using certain forms, you acknowledge it by putting a 0 in. Is there any question how much is due for seller financing for my buyer? No, they're not paying anything that's not part of this deal. Does that make sense? Never leave a blank. The other thing I say, just from experience, when buyers generally make the first offer, they do generally make the first offer, and you go in and you fill out all these numbers. Y'all, it's 2024. You go in, you fill out this whole thing, the buyer signs it, and then you present the offer. And then negotiations start. But we're not negotiating on the piece of paper anymore. Agents are negotiating on their phones. Agents are negotiating on their emails. Back and forth. Once we come to terms, then the buyer's agent's going to come back to the paper, fix anything, have everybody re-sign it, send it to the listing agent. Does that make sense? If from the first time you filled it out to the final time you fill it out, the purchase price changes, any of these numbers change, take a quick second and just make sure that your bottom line still adds up. The number in the top minus everything in between is going to give us our balance due at closing. Questions on this very important section. Very important section. Questions on this, the purchase price.
I was going to bring up, I see all these other addendums. I don't really have a question about this one, but I had to on this one that we did over the weekend. It was a VA addendum.
See a VA loan, so we'll look at that one too. Yep, we'll see that. You got to use the FHA VA financing addendum.
Yes, ma'am.
Cool. Cool. That's another common one. I think obviously depending on what's going on in the lender's market. Note a couple things on the bottom of our first page. First off, I'm a member of the National Association of Realtors. I'm a realtor. What that means, I get to use forms that rock the capital R. Members can use realtor forms. If you're not a member, you can't use these forms. You guys notice the forms you guys have available have a big sample stamped across them, right? Anytime you're given a form to anybody that's not a member to review or look at, get the sample. You can get any single one of these with the sample stamped across it. You can even get it at NCAR if it's not available through your forms through your firm. So sample forms can only use if you're a member. This form is jointly approved by, there's the North Carolina Bar Association and the North Carolina Association of Realtors. So again, the Real Estate Commission does not provide us with our forms. Most of our forms come from NCAR, and they join forces with the Bar Association, which is our active attorneys, North Carolina active attorneys. We have our equal housing opportunity logo, letting the consumer know that we're not going to discriminate. We're going to see our where we saw our discrimination clause in our agency agreements. So we have the logo here, the little house with the equal sign in it, just to remind the consumer. This is standard form 2T, and the last time it was revised was July 2023. The Forms Committee generally updates forms January and July as needed. So they're not going to update a form in January just for the sake of updating a form, right? They're going to do the updates, and they try to stick to January or July so we know July is coming. Do we have updates to form coming? With that being said, if a law or a rule changes outside of January or July, then they may have to update the form in like April to accommodate the new law. I saw that happen with our agency agreement not too long ago. And everybody got all excited. It's not July. Well, I mean, it's a law. It's out of their control. It's out of their hands, you know, so they got to keep up with the current laws as well. Common question we get, What happens if that earnest money check bounces? Or what happens if the due diligence check is late? What happens if the buyer doesn't deliver it on time? There's a very common question. It's the answer to most questions that I want you guys, maybe even jot it down. And the question I want you guys to ask yourself on the regular, what does the contract say? Because there's a pretty good chance the answer to your question is going to be in here. What does the contract say? So I'm going to back up just for 1 second. The contract says that the due diligence is due when? On the effective date. Again, we're going to define the effective date in just a second, but to give you a little sneak preview, it's the date we go into contract. It's the date everybody signs and we have communication of acceptance. The earnest money is due and payable within 5 days of the effective date. So the question is, well, how do you know it's late? How do you know it's not here on time? Because what does the contract say? I think the due diligence is the one that gets, because it's the effective date. I mean, what if we're in the throes of negotiations and we have acceptance at 9:30 tonight? I'm not going out at 9:30 tonight to bring your check, but when's it due? Well, if we have acceptance tonight at 9:30, it is due tonight at 9:30, right? Isn't that what the contract says? So what happens if it's late? What happens if I don't deliver it to you on the effective date? Or it happens sometimes too, these things bounce. Should the buyer fail to deliver either the due diligence fee or the initial earnest money deposit by their due dates, or should any check or other funds made by the buyer be dishonored for any reason, buyer shall have 1 banking day after written notice to deliver cash, official bank check, wire transfer, electronic funds to the payee. Before I go on, let's just break this down. So buyer doesn't deliver due diligence or initial earnest money by their due dates. The buyer has to have 1 banking day after written notice. So to initiate the rest of this paragraph, the seller has to send written notice to the buyer. And upon receipt of that written notice, the buyer now has a deadline. They've got to deliver those fees within 1 banking day. And they have that 1 banking day after written notice to deliver cash, official bank check, wire transfer, electronic transfer. Again, please notice, personal check is no longer an option. Let's think about if these things bounce. Your first check bounced. I don't want another check from you. So now we need readily available funds, right? Right? Some buyers say, oh, no, this one's good. We tried that once, it didn't work. Now we want readily available funds. In the event the buyer does not timely deliver those required funds. So again, deadline of 1 banking day after written notice, the seller shall have the right to terminate this contract upon written notice to the buyer. Seller shall be entitled to recover the due diligence fee together with all the earnest money deposit paid or to be paid in the future. Additionally, seller may seek remedies allowed for dishonored funds. They can go after court. In court, we're instructed to see paragraph 23 for parties' right to attorney's fees incurred in collecting the earnest money deposit or the due diligence fee. So what if they bounce? What if they're late? Seller sent in any written notice, you send an email through the agents, listing agent, email buyer's agent, written notice for 1 banking day for readily available funds. After that 1 banking day has passed, now the seller shall have the right to terminate. So many times, I don't know where stuff comes from, but so many times I've heard it, you have 3 days to deliver due diligence, or you have 24 hours. I've heard some good stuff. You know what I say? Show me where it says you have 3 days. Show me where it says you have 5 days. What does the contract say? When's due diligence due? Today. What happens if we don't get it today? Written notice, 1 banking day, seller can terminate. Questions on that? Comments? this has probably been one of the biggest debate points that I've seen. You may come across a listing agent that says, I'm not going to release the signed contract until we have the due diligence. We're getting close to a fine line there. I'd refer you to your BIC if you were working with, if you heard that from an agent. But guys, bottom line, due diligence and earnest money don't make or break a contract. Remember, it's what the buyer's willing to offer and the seller's willing to accept. So if the buyer offers 0 and the seller accepts 0, congratulations, we have formed a contract with how much in due diligence? 0. So it's it's not going to make or break a contract. Blue note says, if the parties agree that the buyer will pay any fee or deposit described above by electronic or wire transfer, seller agrees to cooperate in effecting such transfer, including the establishment of any necessary account, providing any necessary information to the buyer, provided, however, that the buyer is responsible for additional costs. So instead of writing a check, a lot of people don't have checkbooks anymore. A lot of people don't have checks. So maybe we're going to do a wire transfer. And this is just saying, well, if they agree to do wire transfer, then the seller has to agree to release their banking information so the buyer can do a wire transfer. If they don't like that, then maybe we, cashier's check, something like that. We're going to talk a little bit more about the earnest money. I actually want to talk a little bit more about some things, just some current trends going on in the market. We're going to talk about earnest money. Good hard conversation about earnest money when we get done with our contract. Still defining things. The earnest money deposit is defined as the initial earnest money deposit, the additional earnest money deposit, and any other earnest monies paid or required to be paid in connection with this transaction. Collectively, we're just going to refer to it as the earnest money deposit. It's going to be deposited promptly and held in an escrow by the escrow agent. Earnest money deposit will be credited to the buyer at closing or dispersed as required by this contract. And then we have to define who the escrow agent is. I want the name of the firm, not the individual attorney or not the individual agent. It's going to be the firm's escrow account. So whatever the firm is, whatever name's on the building, buyer and seller consent to disclose by the escrow agent of any material facts pertaining to the earnest money deposit to the parties of this transaction, their agents, and the buyer's lender. This blue note, this is one I'll let you guys read. But basically what this is addressing is earnest money that's disputed. So let me talk about with disputed earnest money, what this is talking about. If the buyer or seller terminate for any reason, again, the contract will be very clear in a minute about what happens to the earnest money, what happens to the due diligence. If we terminate within the due diligence period, the buyer gets the earnest money back. If we terminate outside of due diligence, now the seller gets the earnest money. It doesn't just happen automatically. The parties have to agree to release the earnest money. And if either party isn't willing to sign that release, the earnest money is in dispute. So that's what we're referring about disputed funds. The escrow agent is an impartial third party. They can't make a decision about what happens to the earnest money. Even if it's the closing attorney that has the offer to purchase and contract in their hand, they're the one that can legally interpret it. They still can't make a decision about what happens to the earnest money. It's got to be released. So if the parties don't agree to release it, it's in dispute. The escrow agents just, they can't do anything. They just got to sit. They can make a couple attempts. They can reach out to them a few times, maybe even send like a certified letter. Let's hash this out. Let's get this settled. But after a certain amount of time, if the two can't come to terms, then the escrow agent is going to turn it over to the clerk of courts and let the two go downtown and hash it out. And you know what? The judge is going to pick up the contract and the judge is going to say, well, it says right here what happens to the earnest money. What's up? Why are we here? And they're going to do what it says here. So if your parties are digging, it's going to be the one that didn't terminate, right? It's going to be the one that wasn't in breach. It's going to be the one that isn't getting the earnest money. And they're going to dig their heels in and they're going to say, no, I'm not signing. Give them a night to sleep on it. Everything looks better in the light of day, doesn't it? So give them the night to sleep on it. If they still won't come to terms, I would sit down with them and read the contract. And if they still don't come to terms, they need to know this is why this thing's in a blue note. They need to know that this is where they're heading. They're heading downtown to hash it out with clerk of courts. Those are options. Questions on that? Again, we're going to talk deep dive on earnest money when we get done with this. I don't know why this is in all bold. You know, when I see stuff in all bold, I tend to think people are yelling at me. So I'm not sure why this is in all bold, but it's here. The parties agree that a real estate brokerage firm acting as an escrow agent may place the earnest money deposit in an interest-bearing trust account, and that any interest earned therein shall be dispersed to the escrow agent monthly in consideration with the expenses incurred by maintaining such account and records associated with them. Probably the number one question I used to get in pre-licensing. Can you keep the earnest money in an interest-bearing account? What does the contract say? Yeah, you just have to disclose. And maybe that's why it's in bold, because they're disclosing that it may be in an interest-bearing account. The escrow agent is the one that's entitled to the interest. Escrow account should only have somebody else's money. So if you're accumulating interest every month, you need to transfer that interest from your trust account to your operating account. You're going to use that to conduct your business, not to hold it. Questions? You guys feel free to stop, unmute, holler, chat. Let me pull my chat up in case you're chatting with me. No, you're not. Okay, good. Let's make sure I didn't miss anything. So far, so good? So far, so good. The effective date. Let's define the effective date. What does the contract say the effective date is? It's the date that one, the last one of the buyer has signed or initialed this offer or counteroffer, and two, such signing has been communicated to the party making the offer. What are the two things we need to go from offer to contract? I got to have the last offeree signed, and I got to have communication of acceptance across the line. We got to let the person know that such signing is communicated to the party making the offer. So the contract's in line with what we teach with basic contract law. The parties acknowledge and agree that the initial lines at the bottom of each page are merely evidence of them having reviewed the terms on each page. The complete execution shall not be conditioned of the effectiveness of this agreement. I'm going to pause here for a second. I want to go back up. What that is referring to, the bottom of every page of this thing has a place for buyer and sellers to initial. And what that is referring to, that little provision is referring to, is that the initials aren't what create the contract. The initials aren't what break the contract. So if you have a buyer that didn't initial page one, you still have a valid contract. It's not the initials that did it, it's the signature at the end. The only reason we have these initials on each page is so the buyer can say, yep, I've seen page one. Yep, I've seen page two. Yep, I've seen page three. But it's the signature at the end that the judge is looking for. Let's see. Parties further acknowledge that the effectiveness of this contract is not contingent on the buyer's payment of any earnest money or due diligence. So again, you may very well have an agent say, I'm not releasing the contract until you give me my due diligence. So again, I would go to your BIC, but it doesn't matter if we have due diligence. It doesn't matter if we have earnest money. We have acceptance and we have communication of acceptance. We are under contract. The next question is, what if they're not delivering? That's where we refer to the top of page 2, written 1 banking day. Seller has the right to terminate. Questions on that? All right, then we're gonna talk about due diligence fee, and due diligence period. But that sounds like a mouthful. So before we do that, let's go ahead and take a break.
Quick question, real quick.
Please, please.
So don't, if you don't got your earnest money or due diligence and you want it, don't sign the contract. Is what you just said.
What did
In
yeah,
that
what did you just what?
in that paragraph you highlighted, it said that the earnest money and due diligence is not contingent of this contract.
That's right.
So if you want due diligence and earnest money, you have to negotiate that before signing the contract.
That's right. That's right. That's part of the terms. That's
Okay.
part of the complete contract. So if we're gonna put some in, we're gonna have it here, but delivering it isn't gonna. So if I fail to deliver the due diligence, you can't terminate. What you can do is you give me 1 banking, or you give me written notice, which case I have 1 banking day. And then if I still don't deliver, then you can terminate, right? So the two kind of comes back. But yeah, that's what, if I don't sign it, we don't have a contract and nothing's due, right? So nothing's due until it's actually signed and communicated. Anything else? Let's say 10. Welcome back. Okay, due diligence fee, and due diligence period. We've got a lot going on here, so let's see what we got. Starting with due diligence. Due diligence is the buyer's opportunity to investigate the property and the transaction contemplated by this contract, including but not limited to the matters described in paragraph 4, which we'll get to decide whether the buyer, in their sole discretion, will proceed with or terminate this transaction. The whole point of due diligence is for the buyer to learn as much about the property as they possibly can, as they possibly want to, and answer the question. Now knowing what I now know the problems and the issues and everything that comes with it. Do I want to move forward with, or do I want to terminate this transaction? The due diligence fee is a negotiated amount, if any, paid by the buyer to the seller, with this contract for the buyer's right to terminate for any reason or no reason during the due diligence period. Let me stop there. That's a heck of a statement, isn't it? The due diligence fee is a negotiated amount. There's no formula. There's no standard amount. There's no typical amount. It's whatever the buyer and the seller agree to, if any, paid by the buyer to the seller. The whole reason the buyer is paying the seller, the only reason why the buyer is paying the seller due diligence fee, is for their right to terminate for any reason or no reason at all. They could get a home inspection report done back that's more than what they want to put into it. I mean, prepare your buyers for the home inspection. First off, there's no such thing as a perfect home. What? What did she just say? There is no such thing as a perfect home. All homes have problems. Even brand new construction has problems. So the home inspection is helping us go through and find these problems. And it might be that the problems come back more than what the buyer can or is willing to deal with. If they're about maxed out on their loan approval, and we find out the roof is 30 years old and the electrical is not that great, the plumbing needs to be refixed soon, right? That might be too much for the buyer to agree to take on, and they may choose to exercise their right to terminate. They can also terminate for no reason. They literally could just wake up one day and go, nah, I don't want to buy this house. They don't have to tell the seller why they're terminating. We'll see that in a second. They just have to tell the seller that they're terminating. There is a very common misconception out there that I would like to help clear up. I'm on a mission to get this cleared up. A lot of people think that the buyer's paying the seller due diligence fee, so the seller will take their home off the market and not allow any more showings. And that's not the case. Even though we have a buyer, even though we're under contract, the seller is still allowed to leave their home open for showings. The seller may choose to still allow showings in the hopes of getting a backup contract or a backup offer. The backup contract addendum is one that we're going to look at, so we'll talk about that scenario. But please don't think, just because we're under contract, the seller doesn't have to stop marketing their home. The seller doesn't have to allow showings. All the buyer is paying for is the right to terminate. And if the buyer exercises their right to terminate, the seller can't go after them in a court of law because they accepted money for that right. And that all shakes out in form of the due diligence fee. Due diligence fee, we're here. It shall be the property of the seller upon the effective date, we've defined that, and shall be a credit to the buyer at closing. Due diligence is non-refundable except in material breach of this contract. We got a couple places scattered throughout our contract where the due diligence fee may be non-refundable, but pretty much it's non-refundable. Buyer and seller each expressly waive any right they may have to deny the right to conduct due diligence. Let's see, talking about the due diligence fee, it being the intent of the parties to create a legally binding contract for the purchase without regard to the actual amount. So again, negotiable. I mean, we can negotiate $1, and if that's what the parties agree to, then that's what they've agreed to. We are going to look at paragraph 23. We have a whole provision just for remedies. So we will see paragraph 23 when we get there. And then the last piece is the due diligence period. So we have the due diligence fee, and then the due diligence period beginning on the effective date and extending through 5 p.m. on this date. And there is another time being of the essence. The buyer's not in breach while they're in due diligence. So if they terminate within due diligence, they've just exercised their right to terminate. They're not in breach. They're not in breach until 5:01 of the due diligence date. There's another time is of our essence. So if your buyer wants to terminate for any reason, we need to send written notice to the listing agent or seller and have them have it in their inbox or in their hand before 5 p.m. on whatever date we put in there. If the buyer terminates for any reason at 5:01, now they're in breach and now they'll lose their earnest money. We are officially out of due diligence. Once we are out of due diligence, there is no going back. That's something I hear happening out there every once in a while. Once we're out of it, there is no going back. If we want to renegotiate the due diligence date, we need to do that while we're still in due diligence. Everybody good with that? You can't get back into it once you're out. So 5 o'clock, we're done. If you want to renegotiate the date, we should have done it at 4:30 today. Does that make sense? Once we're out, we're out. Head bobs? Then we define settlement and the settlement date. Settlement is the proper execution and delivery to the closing attorney of all documents necessary to complete the transaction, including the deed, settlement statement, deed of trust, and other loan or conveyance docs, and the closing attorney's receipt of all funds necessary to complete such transaction. Settlement date, the parties agree that settlement will take place on this date, unless otherwise agreed in writing, at a date and place designated by the buyer. You will note under the settlement date, there is not a time being of the essence. We can't lock them in. When delays in settlement are so common, we can't lock them in. Does that make sense? So we shouldn't, it's advised that we don't do a time being of the essence for settlement. Instead, we're going to put a date on here, whatever date the parties agree to, and that's the date that everybody's going to work really hard to work towards. That's our goal, is that date. Understanding that delays are so common, we have a delay in settlement. That's what this blue note is referring us to, paragraph 12. So we'll see that in just a second. If I may back up for a second. Settlement is when the attorney collects the documents necessary to complete this transaction. Settlement is when the attorney collects the buyers and the sellers' signatures, the buyers and the sellers' documents. And if either party or both parties have to bring money to settlement, that's going to be happening in settlement. Once you and I leave the closing attorney's office, once our buyers and sellers get up and leave, then the attorney proceeds to closing without us. Closing is defined as the completion of the legal process, which results in the transfer of title to the property from seller to buyer, which includes the following. Step 1, settlement that we defined above. Step 2 is the completion of a satisfactory title update. So the attorney's going to be in communication with the title insurance company. They're going to provide that satisfactory title update. 3 is the closing attorney's receipt of authorization to disperse all necessary funds. And then the last act, the very last thing that happens, number 4, is recordation in the appropriate county register of deed and deed of trust, which shall take place as soon as reasonably possible for the attorney after settlement. Yeah, let me pause here for a second. We attend settlement with our buyers and sellers. We leave, and the attorney puts the finishing touches on everything. Everybody tries really hard for settlement and closing to be on the same day. I don't have a date here for closing. We just have a date for settlement to negotiate in. But I know most attorneys, again, everybody's working really hard to make sure this all happens on the same day. I know a lot of attorneys, for example, won't schedule settlement after like 3 p.m. because that gives us time to get our last buyer in, our last, paperwork filed, and then we can still record that deed at the Register of Deeds. I'm telling you guys right now, Register of Deeds closes at 5:00 on the dot, like every day. They're not going to stay open until 5:01 to record your deed, right? So when they're done, especially on a Friday, when it's time for them to go home, so if we can get it in a few minutes, wiggle room. There are some things that can still happen between settlement and closing, though. So even though everybody works really hard to make it all happen on the same day, understand things can happen. What if we lose internet? What if the attorney loses power and they can't upload to the Register of Deeds? What if they do the title update and they find something that hit the title from the first preliminary that they did, right? All the what ifs that could happen. So bottom line, you guys, this is where I think we need to have a conversation with our guys, buyers and sellers, to let them know. This is the date we're working towards. This is the date that hopefully that deed will change hands and you guys can part. But in the event something comes up, something happens, please, please, please have somewhere to stay that night so we can get this sorted out. There are still things that have to happen before that deed changes hands. Upon closing, the proceeds of the sale shall be dispersed by the closing attorney in accordance with the settlement statement and the provisions of this North Carolina Chapter 45A of the General Statute. If the title update should reveal unexpected liens, encumbrances, or other title defects, or if the closing attorney is not authorized to disperse all necessary funds, then closing shall be suspended and the settlement deemed delay under paragraph 12, which addresses our delay in settlement. First red warning we're seeing in our offer to purchase and contract. North Carolina State Bar has determined that the performance of most acts and services required for a closing constitutes the practice of law and must be performed only by an attorney licensed to practice law in North Carolina. State law prohibits unlicensed individuals or firms from rendering legal services. Non-attorney settlement agents may perform limited service in connection with closing. They may not perform the acts and services required to complete. Closing involves significant legal issues, should be handled by an attorney. Accordingly, it is the position of the North Carolina Bar Association and the North Carolina Association of Realtors that all buyers should hire an attorney licensed in North Carolina to perform a closing. I believe this is for us. This is here for us. Remember last week we talked about there's different methods. Some states use different methods, and North Carolina is rare. We're only like 1 of 6 or 7 that uses a settlement agent, that uses a closing attorney. The majority of the country uses an escrow agent. So prepare yourself. You have a buyer moving from New York and they're familiar with how to buy a house in New York. They're going to look at you and say, do I have to hire an attorney? Why are you recreating the wheel? It's right there in a big red warning. We can pull out the contract and we can show them under this North Carolina general statute. Yeah, you have to hire an attorney. If you're buying a house that's located in the state of North Carolina, that's what's up. Questions in the difference, settlement versus closing?
Okay, so settlement is, see, that's kind of, yeah. Can you explain that part to me? Settlement date is the day that you agree to close.
Settlement's the date that we agree to go to settlement. So buyer and seller agree to go to the attorney's office on this day and sign everything. And I'm going to bring any money that I have to. That's the date we're going to meet at the settlement agent office. Once we do our thing, we leave settlement, and then the attorney proceeds with closing, hopefully to have it all happen on that same day.
Okay.
And that's where like things happen. You know, it used to be before the internet, the attorney had to send their little courier to the courthouse and stand in line to record those deeds. Does that not sound like the worst job ever? Spend your time standing in line at the courthouse waiting to record deeds, but that was the way it was back in the day. What happened if your little courier got in a car accident on the way, or if your little courier, you know, said take this job and shove it and threw the deeds in the back seat of the car and drove off into the sunset, right? Things happen. Same thing now that we're online. You know, Spectrum could go down, we could lose power. The attorney could find something, come up on title. So there still could be things that prevent closing and settlement from happening on the same day. But hopefully, you know, by the time we get here, hopefully we've learned of anything that might, you know, surprise us. It would just be a last minute incident. I think I shared with you guys last week, I had an agent once. Buyers went to the attorney's office for settlement to sign. The attorney sent the loan package back to the lender, and guess what? They missed a signature. Well, the lender's not going to release the funds until they're satisfied that their loan package is complete. If they said we need the signature, so it didn't happen that day because they had to get the buyers back to the attorney's office to sign. You know, just another one of thousands of reasons of things that can happen that could delay this. But I do think the majority of the time, if we're getting to settlement today, we're closing today. That's the key. Can we get to settlement today? There's several like private Facebook groups out there, agent groups. You guys might Triad Real Estate Agents is one of them, right? You might want to start poking around your social media for some of these private groups. But I saw a story, it's been a while now, maybe a year, 8 months, something like that. But everybody went to the attorney's office for settlement, and the seller was a no-show. And the listing agent called, and they called the other number they had for him, and they called their work, and the seller wasn't found anywhere. And after a while, everybody's like, well, we can't do anything without the seller. We got to have the seller sign the deed. So everybody, after a while, just gave up, got and left and said, don't know. The seller just totally disappeared. Y'all know what happened to the seller? Seller's little butt got arrested that morning. Evidently, they didn't use their one phone call to call their agent to let them know that they wouldn't be able to come. Things happen. Yeah.
Why sometimes they charge you like a penalty for not closing on time?
Maybe, you know, it could depend on the situation, the circumstances, but you know, the attorney's done all that paperwork dated today, and the seller's a no-show, they got to redo all that, right? So there might be a fee for that. The lender's fees, all that is dated for today. So for some reason the buyer delays that, they may charge, you know, they may charge for those extra penalties or fees. I'm going to say it would depend on the situation.
Okay.
Y'all want to know my horror story? I had buyers once, y'all. I got a phone call 3 hours before settlement. And they said, we're not buying this house. And I said, oh, no, you want me to reschedule? How about tomorrow? Would Thursday work for you? And he said, Julie, we're not buying this house ever. 3 hours, y'all. Y'all talk about not spending that commission check until it's in your hand. Example A, right? I said, all right, you understand the consequences. You lose your due diligence. You're not getting your earnest money back. He said, yes, ma'am, I understand. But what can I do? They got cold feet, which, you know, I can't make them. It's not like I can hog time and throw them in the trunk of my car and drive them to the attorney's office and say, you will sign. I mean, what can I do? And they made that decision. So me, the attorney, charged because the attorney had already printed out that ream of paper, and they were USAA. So they were more like, you know, it was like a ream and a half of paper, right? The attorney said, I got to charge him for this stuff. And I called him back and he said, okay, All right, I'll do whatever, but I'm not buying this house. That was a bad day. That was a bad day. But we got back out, gave each other a few days off, got back out. I got him closed on another one, but it just, you can't make them. So just, things happen. Anything else? Settlement, closing? Still defining things. Special assessments. A special assessment is defined as a charge against the party by a governmental authority in addition to ad valorem taxes and reoccurring governmental service fees levied with such taxes, or by an owners association in addition to regular assessment, either of which may be a lien against the property. So special assessment is designed to collect from the homeowner to improve the property. A special assessment can come from the government, or if we're in an HOA, it can come from the HOA. HOA special assessments might include like repaving the parking lot, or I don't know, redoing the clubhouse or the pool or the vinyl siding, right? Anything to do with the HOA, with the community. Governmental special assessments, maybe things like installing sidewalks or street lighting, or hooking a whole neighborhood up to public sewer, for example. So all we're doing right now, this blue note is letting us know, all we're doing right now is just defining what a special assessment is. We're going to see later in the contract who's responsible for special assessments and when. So it's going to give us the breakdown of special assessments. I think we talk about special assessments at least 3 times, maybe 4 in the contract. So these things, they come up again and again and again. First 2.5 pages, we have just been defining things, terms and definitions. Do I have any questions so far? Fixtures and exclusions starts with a big red warning, all bold and caps. The parties should not assume that an item will or will not be included in the sale based on an oral or written statement or understanding that is not part of this contract. Buyer and seller should be specific when negotiating what items will be included or excluded from the sale. Y'all remember the parole evidence rule? The final written word has got to make it into the contract, and that's what it's reminding us this warning. Remember too, fixtures are meant to stay, personal property is meant to go. They're only going to go in the contract when they're going to do the opposite of their intent. So if a fixture is going to go, we need to put it in the contract. If personal property is going to stay, we put it in the contract. Starting with fixtures. Fixtures are included in the purchase price. All existing fixtures are included in the sale as part of the purchase price, free of liens, unless excluded below. Then we have a blank page. Specified items. Buyer and seller agree that the following items, if present on the property on the date of the offer, shall be included as part of the sale of the purchase price, free of liens, unless excluded below. All items below include both traditional and smart versions and any exclusively dedicated related equipment and or remote control devices. As you guys can imagine, the smart versions verbiage is fairly new to the contract within the last couple of years, I'd say. Our houses are getting awfully smart, right? So we need to make sure that sellers are, it's going to tell us here in a second to unpair or factory reset, right? The seller's responsibility to disconnect from their smart homes before they go. Also notice too that this says related equipment and or remote control devices. The best example I have for this, y'all take this for what it's worth. Listing agents, it happens all the time. Sellers drive away, think they're done, they sold their house, they left the keys, they signed the deed, they hop in the car and they're halfway across country until the sun gets in somebody's eyes and they pull the visor down And you know what's still hooked on the visor? The garage door opener. That thing's about as personal property as they get, right? You can put that in your pocket and walk away with it. But guess what? It controls the garage door. So it's worth a reminder. I don't think they're doing it on purpose. It's just habit, right? You get in your car and you drive away. And now you're like in Missouri and go, uh-oh, I got the garage door opener. So just make sure, listing agents, that we remind our sellers, all those remotes, like a lot of ceiling fans now have little remotes now, things like that. All that needs to stay because it controls a ceiling fan. And then we have a list of fixtures. If you are using standard form 2T, these are considered fixtures. If you're using another contract, the fixture list may look different. Be familiar with the fixtures in whatever contract you're using. But 2T gives us a fixture list, help with negotiations. Other than the things on the fixture list, what's the old saying? If it's nailed, screwed, or glued, nailed, screwed, or glued, if it's attached in a way permanently, it's not on the list, but it's attached, it's a fixture. So we need to include it, even though it may not be on the list. Rachel, was it your class or the class before? Somebody said the best description of fixtures I heard, if you pick your house up and turn it upside down and give it a good shape. If it comes loose, it's personal property. If it doesn't, it's fixture. I said, oh my God, I love that visual. I love it so much, you know? So how do we define what fixture or personal property? Pick it up, turn it upside down and shake it and see what falls loose. I've always heard items make a fixture list, usually the result of some kind of court case. So how are we adding fixtures? I mean, today, even last year when they updated the contract in July, they added, the new one was exercise equipment, devices that are attached. That's a direct result of the pandemic. Everybody ran out and got some kind of exercise equipment, or those tonal mirrors, and attached them to the wall. And then when they moved out, they said, I want to take my tonal mirror with me. How is that a fixture? And evidently there was enough complaints, enough that came around that, ta-da, to avoid confusion, we now have it in our fixture list. So as things progress, as these complaints and these lawsuits continue, we can expect to see the fixture list grow. And it does, often. Anything on this list make you guys go, really? I'll show you the one that gets me. A couple of these get me every time. Ceiling and wall attached fans, light fixtures. Include the light bulbs. Yeah, were you kidding me? If you got to leave the ceiling fans and light fixtures, no, that's part of the equipment that controls it. Come on. Evidently, this was a problem one time. They had to put it in the put it in the contract. Couple other things in here just make me giggle because I think they're here for a reason, you know? I suggest you guys look over this fixture list somewhere between now and 9 a.m. Saturday morning. Okay? Nod, nod, wink, wink. Look it over. Here's unpairing, deleting data from devices prior to closing. Seller shall unpair any devices that will convey from any personal properties such as hubs, intelligent virtual assistants, mobile devices, vehicles, etc., with which they are paired. Delete personal data from any devices that will convey and restore all devices to factory default settings unless otherwise agreed. Seller's obligation under this paragraph shall survive closing. So what if the seller gets halfway across the country in the moving van and says, I forgot to unpair for my Ring doorbell? They're still have to come back and do it. It survives closing. So if we find out after closing that they didn't unpair, they didn't reset, they got to do it. And that's what the contract is addressing. Note, all bold and all caps, any fixture or other item described in subparagraph A and B that will not be part of the sale shall be identified below as applicable. Before we identify fixtures that don't convey, we also need to address items that are leased or not owned. I think it's fair to say the seller can't convey what's not theirs. So if they're leasing something, they don't own it outright, they don't have the right to convey it, and that's what this is addressing. So any item that the seller leased or not owned, for example, antennas, satellite dishes, receivers, appliances, alarm and security systems, must be identified here and shall not convey. We're going to address fuel tanks in just a second. And then other items that do not convey. The following items shall not convey, and we're going to list them here. So any fixtures that the seller's going to take. Any fixtures that the seller's going to take. We need to make sure that they're listed. Other items that do not convey. That's part of the negotiations. Seller must repair any damage caused by removal of any items excluded above in a good and workmanlike manner. Seller will notify buyer upon completion of such repairs and provide buyer with documentation therefore of any. Buyers advised to consider attaching our additional provisions addendum if the buyer has a specific request on how the repair should be completed. That good and workmanlike manner, I think sometimes we giggle over that because I think that's subjective. You know, all of us have access to YouTube and get our hands on a hammer, right? Does that make us all handymen? No. Some people define good and workmanlike manner. Dakota, have you found the, what do they call it? The handyman special home yet? The person that used this house to, you know, learn how to do stuff. Those are fun. And after a while, you'll be able to spot them. Your home inspector can definitely spot them. So this good and workmanlike manner is just meant to mean according to code, according to standards. And remember what we said last week, you guys, buyer's agents, if you want somebody specific to do something, then you specifically say to be performed by a general contractor. Or, for example, don't let it up to let them hire the 16-year-old down the street to do it. Does that make sense? If your buyers want specific, be very, very, very clear. Don't leave anything up for interpretation. Questions on fixtures? Then we talk about personal property. Personal property is going to go unless agreed otherwise. Following personal property present on the property on the date of the offer shall be transferred to the buyer at closing at no value. And then we have a place to list the personal property items that the buyer is asking the seller to leave. Blue note, any personal property that would part of the sale should be identified in this paragraph. Buyers advised to consult with their lender to assure that the personal property items listed above can be included in this contract. Remember, the lender's giving a mortgage. The lender's giving a loan to buy property. They're not giving a loan to buy personal property. And when this personal property list starts growing, I mean, I think you almost always see the refrigerator and or washer dryer on here. I'll say those are the two most negotiable personal property. I think those are going to be okay. But what if the buyer wants the dining room suite, the John Deere lawnmower, and I don't know, the living room furniture? At some point, the lender may say, what am I funding? Am I funding the house or am I funding the stuff? And that's where the lender gets involved. I mean, they would have a hard time issuing a 30-year loan to pay off that John Deere tractor, right? And that's what we're asking them to do because it's all incorporated into the purchase price. So this blue note's just advising us that if this personal property list starts getting a little too long, maybe we talk to the lender. The parties may agree to do an outside bill of sale. And an outside bill of sale says, separate from the purchase of this house, I will sell you my dining room furniture and my living room furniture and the John Deere tractor at an amount of X amount. You're going to bring me, you know, cashier's check or something and pay for those separate from the personal property. I was very excited last July. The forms committee gave us an outside bill of sale. So we now have a document that we can actually use for that. We didn't have one until July. And we heard a resounding woohoo come across the state because a lot of agents were trying to draft that. Did we just hear a big no-no word? A lot of agents were trying to draft that, and it kind of put us in a position where we had to. That's what the buyers and sellers agreed to. Unless you can get your hands on an attorney in a swift moving market. You know what I'm saying? So forms committee provided us with that outside bill of sale. The other thing I want to say about personal property and fixtures for that matter, as mentioned, you guys, when we're putting in these in here, we need to be specific. Please don't put refrigerator. There have been so many stories over the years where there's the big Mac Daddy fridge in the kitchen that the buyer really wants, and then there's the beer fridge in the garage. And if you put refrigerator, sellers, as long as they leave either one of them, right? They did fine. So your buyer's thinking they're getting the stainless steel Whirlpool in the kitchen, but they're going to get the little beer fridge in the garage. And I guarantee you they won't leave the beer, right? It'll just be an empty beer fridge. That's not the saddest thing you've ever heard, you know? So be specific. 2-door stainless steel, Whirlpool, Samsung. Some of the refrigerators, when you open the doors, you can see like a model number on the inside cover. If you can get your hands on that model cover, that's pretty specific which fridge we want. I know some agents want to take a picture so we know, because you'll see here, it's property present on the property on the date of this offer. Well, if you don't have proof which fridge was present on the property on the date of this offer, now we're, you know, haggling over that. Does that make sense? So snap a picture, you have the date and time stamp of it, maybe presented in your offer. I would caution you from saying something here like fridge present in property at the time, because again, we can move a cheap fridge, we can move a dorm room fridge in real quick and be like, well, that I don't know what you're talking about. That was there on the date you made the offer. So be clear, be specific. Make sure your buyer gets the fridge that they want, washer, dryer, whatever these personal property.
Hold on one second.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, I've been putting right there, refrigerator at the time of showing on the date that we show the property. That's what I've been putting in that. If they wanted to
Take
keep
a
the
picture of that refrigerator. So how do you prove that was the fridge that was or was not there at the date of the show?
Right.
I guess
Yeah.
that's the point that I'm wanting us to
Need to put the serial number.
So I would get a serial number, a model
Yeah.
number. Like I said, I don't know if a picture will hold up in a court of law, but it's better than nothing. You know what I'm saying?
I start putting the serial number as well. Yeah.
Perfect. Yep. So many. You guys, I hate to say this, but as we're learning, not all transactions are like rainbows and butterflies, you know, and sometimes when we get to the end, people get petty. I don't know another way to put that. People get petty. And if we have loose ends in the contract, it may make pettiness easy. So y'all want to know the best thing I ever wrote in personal property? My personal best in all my years as an agent. Somewhere out there is a legally binding contract. And under personal property, it says Adams Family Values Pinball Machine. I got to put that in a contract. The buyers, they had this nice, like the whole basement was like this game room. And there was that pinball machine. And my buyers are like, ooh, can we have that? My answer is anything's negotiable. So we put it in the offer, and I just didn't want any pinball machine. I wanted to be specific that it was the Adams Family Values pinball machine. And the seller said, oh, thank God, we didn't want to move it anyway. They can have it. I'm like, everybody was happy. And we negotiated the pinball machine. I didn't realize those things were as hard to move. I guess it makes sense because you got to balance them and everything. You know, I guess there's more involved than what I thought. Just be clear. That's my point. That's what I want you guys to hear. Be clear to protect your buyer sellers. Any questions on fixtures or personal property? in better understanding the flow or the interpretation of the contract, numbers 4, 5, and 6 are all about the buyer. So buyer's agents, when you're talking to your buyers and you want them to see the important parts of the contract, I mean, the whole thing is important. I encourage my guys to look over it. But when I'm talking to buyers, I specifically direct them to 4, 5, and 6, because that's who we're talking about in the next 3 provisions. 4 is all about the buyer's due diligence. And it starts with a big red warning. I got all caps, I got bold, we got all sorts of things going on in this paragraph. Very important paragraph. Warning, buyer is strongly encouraged to conduct due diligence during the due diligence period. If the buyer is not satisfied with the result or the progress of the buyer's due diligence, buyer should terminate this contract prior to the expiration of due diligence, unless buyer can get a written extension from the seller. Note, seller is not obligated to grant an extension. So let's stop here for just a minute and talk about what we just saw. It's so important that we tell our buyers the importance of due diligence. Tell our buyers the importance of them learning as much about the property as we possibly can. Remember those gears we saw, our contract to closing gears, and the home inspector had a gear, and the surveyor, and the pest inspector, and the lender, all those gears. And I'll be honest, buyer's agents, this is probably our biggest responsibility, is to keep those gears going during due diligence, because we want our buyer to learn as much as they can so they can make a decision. Nobody likes to terminate. Nobody likes to terminate. But as a buyer's agent, if I have to terminate, the best thing I can do is terminate in due diligence so I can get my buyer their earnest money back. So if we find out something about the property and they really don't like it and the seller's not going to give us an extension, my buyers have a decision to make. And that's how we can keep these gears going. Although buyer may continue to investigate following the expiration of the due diligence period, buyer's failure to deliver the termination to the seller prior to the expiration will constitute a waiver of any buyer right to terminate this contract based on the matter relating to their due diligence. Again, I'm going to stop here. Understand, even when due diligence is over, the buyer has not lost their right to investigate. The buyer is often investigating up until the very end. We're going to talk about the final walkthrough in the contract. Just because due diligence is over doesn't mean we have to stop learning about the property. The only thing the buyer gives up after due diligence is the right to terminate. That's it. They can still investigate, they can still learn. They've just lost that right to terminate after due diligence. Provided, however, following the due diligence period, buyer may still exercise the right to terminate if the seller fails to materially comply with their obligations. We'll see the seller's obligations in a minute. And then we go through a list of things that the buyer should consider doing during their due diligence process. And number 1 is the loan. The loan approval is the longest piece of the contract to closing process. If you worked with this lender a couple times, you're familiar with how they are, you know how many days they need. If you've never worked with this lender, pick up the phone and call them and ask them how much time they need, because they need more time than you do. And we want to make sure that we give them enough time to do their thing. Some lenders will say, give me 2 weeks. Some may say 3 or 5. Sometimes it just depends on the market, right? There's so many different factors here. But we need to make sure, as we're putting in these due diligence and settlement dates, that we've had a conversation with the lender to make sure all of us have enough time, understanding the lender has the longest piece. So buyer's agents, we go under contract. You get that signed contract in your hand, send it to your buyer. I'm all about the mini celebration. So yay, I'm under contract. Send it to the buyer. Congratulations, you're under contract. And then in the next breath, I need you to get that thing to the lender so they can start doing their process. We got to get them started today. Note, there is no loan or appraisal contingency in this offer to purchase and contract. Buyers advised to consult with the buyer's lender prior to signing this offer to assure that the due diligence period allows sufficient time for the loan process and for the buyer's lender to provide sufficient information to decide whether to proceed with or terminate this transaction. Loan contingency or appraisal contingency. Loan contingency sounds something like, I can't buy your house if I don't get loan approval. So if I don't get loan approval, I'm not legally obligated to buy your house. Appraisal contingency. These came out during the crazy sellers market. Basically, what they'll say is that, I know I'm offering you more than asking price. You're asking 100,000. I'm offering you 175. I know it's not going to appraise, but with this appraisal contingency, I'm willing to fill in the gap. And sellers needed to see that with these high offers to make sure that buyers could buy with filling in that gap. I'm still seeing some appraisal contingencies out there, not like what we did during this crazy sellers market during the pandemic, but they are still out there. What we need to understand from this blue note, this contract has no built-in contingencies. I'm going to say that again. This contract has no contingencies built in. Could the parties agree to add a contingency? Could they agree to add one? Sure, it's part of the negotiations. Of course they can. I don't have one built in. Is everybody good with this? If we want to add one, we can. By the way, I don't have a pre-printed form for this. So if we want to add a contingency, we're getting our attorney on the phone. We're having them draft something up. The other thing I want to say about the loan process, it's rare. It is rare for a buyer to have final loan approval while we're still in due diligence. In all my years, I've only known one buyer to get approved while we're in due diligence. Usually what we get in due diligence, if we can get the lender everything they need, the buyer's got to send in all sorts of paperwork. We got to get the appraisal ordered and back. If we can get everything we need in due diligence and get this thing through the first round of underwriting, if it comes out of the first round of underwriting, what the lender has for us is a pretty good idea. It might be that this is looking pretty good. We just need 3 more documents to finish. We send it back to underwriting, get approval. It comes out, we're good. It could be it comes back from underwriting and it doesn't look so good. It doesn't look great. I mean, we'll keep trying, but it's not looking great. Based on what the lender says, after that thing comes out of the first round of underwriting, the buyer has a decision to make. And if they decide to proceed with this transaction, and we find out after due diligence that they're not going to get their loan approved, they are in breach. They will lose their due diligence and their earnest money. There are no contingencies. This is risky. This is risky. I mean, we're asking you to move forward based on somebody's opinion, but we don't have that final loan approval yet. So having that person's opinion, that lender's opinion, is better than nothing at all. But we got some questions to ask the lender. And buyer's agents, we need to be on the phone with our lender, like, the week of due diligence. How are things looking? We got a deadline. We got a decision to make, right? We got to help try to move this along, keep those weird gears turning. Any thoughts on that? The lender's process, the loan process? Then we have the buyer's property investigation. Buyer or buyer's agents or representatives at buyer's expense shall be entitled to conduct all desired tests, surveys, appraisals, investigations, examinations, and inspections of the property as buyer deems appropriate, including but not limited to the following. And then what we have here is kind of a laundry list of things that the buyer should consider inspecting or investigating during their due diligence. And I just looked at my clock. So I think with that being said, let's go ahead and take our break. And we come back, we'll talk about these things that the buyer should consider inspecting or investigating. Rochelle, you gave me a good idea. Let's just take a break. Let's take 10. Welcome back. Okay. Buyer's property investigation. So again, the contract tells us that this is at the buyer's expense. So back to who typically pays for what, your cheat sheet, a lot of that stuff came straight from the contract. So it spells out anything related to the buyer's due diligence. Those costs will be at the buyer's expense. And then it kind of gives us a laundry list of things that the buyer should consider doing. Now, I'm not going to go through this in depth because we've already talked about most of this stuff in chapter 14. So this will be just a quick, let's get through this section. But any inspections to determine the condition of the property. So drainage issues, excessive moisture, asbestos, environmental contamination, wood destroying insects, radon gas, etc. So just kind of gives us an idea of what all can be inspected. Of course, the home inspection is always a good place to start. Reviewing of any documents. If we're in an HOA, for example, we want to help our buyers get hands on the copies of HOA docs so they can review those, make sure they're good while we're in due diligence. We also want to allow the buyer to review the RPOs, the Residential Property Owners Association Disclosure Statement. We're actually going to talk about that a little bit later in our contract. Insurance, we talked about homeowners insurance. We want that secure while we're in due diligence to make sure that they can afford it, to make sure that it doesn't tip them over their allowable amount. And if so, we won't get loan approval. Also under insurance would be if the property's in a flood zone or a flood hazard. So we would want to take that into consideration as well. The appraisal, as we said, if a lender's around, if a lender's involved, then appraisal is required, period, end of story. If it's not, if it's a cash buyer and they have questions about value or worth, we may want to encourage them to have an appraisal done. Survey helps us identify not only the property lines, the property boundaries, but other easements, encroachments. And again, you guys, like we mentioned, if there's an encroachment, it can only be discoverable by a survey. And if the buyer waives the survey, the encroachment may not get discovered until after the buyer is the owner. And by that point, title insurance may not, probably won't cover them. They won't help them with this encroachment. Title insurance very well may say, had you had a survey done, we would have taken care of this and we wouldn't be here. But you chose to waive it, so we're here. That's on you. So make sure we talk to them about the importance of that. There's the flood hazard. Zoning, governmental regulations, and governmental compliance. This was new last year, also was added to our listing agreement. So investigation of current or proposed zoning or other governmental regulations that may affect the buyer's intended use of the property, any adjacent land uses, planned or proposed road construction, school attendance zones, investigation of whether the property is in a violation of law, ordinance, permit, or government regulation as outlined in paragraph 8H below that we will see again. Utilities. Who provides water? Who provides sewer if it's on a public sewer? How much is it? Who picks up your trash, right? Who are all the utilities? Where do they connect to those services? I know a lot of agents, a lot of firms may provide you with a utility provider list, which I have found to be very helpful when one of those is around. Yeah.
When you say title insurance won't help you if you don't get a survey done, are you meaning like legal fees, or like do you just have to let the encroachment just be as it is?
All the above, yep.
Right.
Because encroachments make both tracts of land unmarketable. So if you got past it as a buyer, it will come up again when your neighbor goes to sell. You know what I'm saying? So now they have a survey and find the encroachment, and now you're involved. So there could be legal fees, there could be fees to remove that encroachment, right? Another option. I only know two things to do with an encroachment: tear it down or create an easement, and both of them cost money. So title insurance isn't, because again, they're going to say if you had the survey, you would have seen that, and the seller would have taken care of that. They would have had to have, but you didn't. So we're here. You're on your own.
Okay, so you can still get something done. It's just you're responsible for all the fees and whatever.
Exactly. Yep. Yep. They're not there to insure your title because you didn't take that little step. Like I said, now you're trying to sell or your neighbor's trying to sell, and that buyer got a survey. Whoa, now you have a problem before you can convey. You know what I'm saying? Or your neighbor. Yep. Let's see, where are we? Utilities. Where's the internet come from, right? All the good stuff. Who provides these utilities? Streets and roads. The big thing about streets and roads, if they're public or private, and of course the thing there is the private streets. Lenders typically want to know about roads because private streets maintained by the homeowners. So, the lender wants to make sure that you can always pay them. So they want to make sure, if there's a pothole, how is that going to be addressed? Because if now they start putting a special assessment on you for a pothole, the lender's question is, can they still afford to pay me? So the lender may have some questions. They may need us or the attorney to dig a little deeper to find out about the roads and stuff, to assure them. Special assessments, it is 4 times in the contract. Investigation of the existence of special assessments that may be under consideration, governmental authority or HOA. So if there is any special assessments proposed, or just, any HOA, things that the buyer wants to consider learning more about as part of their due diligence. As we set up here. Yeah.
Is there like a map of, are you familiar with Yorkshire Street
In Winston?
in Winston? Yeah, it's off of Salis Creek.
Okay.
And I'm asking this because they redid they redid their tennis court and they added a pickleball court. And I
Fun.
ride through there a lot. And so I was trying to figure out who is paying for that. Is it just the houses on the street, or is it like a certain perimeter? So is there like a map of who's responsible for what special assessments in a particular neighborhood? If that
Not
makes
really, but like the HOA, like the HOA may have a map of their HOA of the homes that are included, but I'm not sure. That could be in an HOA. It could be like a community thing, like another park and recreation, some of those funds. It just, you'd have to almost look into that HOA or that area. There's probably a phone number somewhere on the building somewhere, the pickleball fence, you know what I'm saying? But that's the thing. Cause like you said, it could be I mean, like, here in Archdale, we have Creekside Park and it's a community park and it's funded by Randolph County, but anytime they just redid the ball fields this year, but I never got a bill for that because it's city of Archdale, so that's part of the community thing. So it, unfortunately the answer to that is it depends. But the specific HOA may have, these are or at least the street references or something, or maybe they're like a no outlet area. That would be maybe another good indication. But yeah, there's not really an easy way. Always an easy way. So keep in mind, you guys, we said back up here at the top. Where do we say it? Property investigation, including but not limited to the following. So what we're saying here is that these are things that the buyer should consider doing, but this is not an inclusive list. So there may be something that's not on this list that your buyer wants to investigate or inspect. And of course, our answer is always, let's do it, because if it's important to them, then it's important to me. Remember, we're not the ones buying this house. I'm not the one getting ready to make a 30-year commitment with the lender. Never, ever look at a buyer and say, oh, don't worry about radon, you'll be fine. Never, if your buyer has a concern about radon, you say, all right, let's get a radon test. Everybody with me? You're not the one buying this house. I can't tell you how many times I've shown property and the buyers looked at me and said, what do you think? I don't know. I think my opinion doesn't matter because I don't know you guys all that well, but I think I could go ahead and venture out there to say that all four of us have different family dynamics. We all have different things going on under our roof. So a space that may work for me may not work for you and vice versa, right? And that's what we want to try to do is get our buyers into their space. I can offer you my opinion, but at the end of the day, what's that matter? What do you think, Mr. and Mrs. Buyer? That's what we care about. So get them learning about this property as much as they can. Still under the buyer's due diligence. Sale or lease of existing property. As noted in paragraph 5B below, unless otherwise provided in this addendum, this contract is not conditioned upon the sale or lease or closing of another property owned by the buyer. We could add a contingency, but there is no contingency in the contract. Therefore, if buyer must sell or lease other real property in order to qualify for a new loan or to otherwise complete the purchase of this property, buyer should seek to close on buyer's other property prior to the end of the due diligence period or be reasonably satisfied that the closing on buyer's other property will take place prior to settlement of this contract. We can create a contingency, but we're just letting the buyer know we don't have a contingency. And so where it stands right now, you got to be closed or close, reasonably sure that you will close. That should be part of your due diligence if you have to sell or lease an existing home. Also, under the buyer's due diligence, they have the option to ask for repairs, improvement negotiations. Buyer acknowledges and understands the following. Unless the parties agree otherwise, here it is. The property is being sold as is, current condition. If the seller agrees to do anything, we're amending that sentence. Everybody good with that? If the seller says, I'll change the light bulbs, no problem. We got to amend that sentence because where it stands right now, what does the seller have to fix? What do they have to repair? What do they have to do? Nothing. So any repair, improvement, negotiations, or agreements, that's it. That's the only thing we're fixing, the only thing we're amending. Seller may, but is not required to engage in negotiations for repair improvements on the property. I always tell my buyers we can ask. The worst the seller can say is no. Even homes sold as is. So advertised, marketed as is. Buyer says, can I ask for repair? We can ask, but I need you to be prepared for a no or a I'll do some, but not all. So again, have this conversation with your buyers. I always say, if the seller agrees to do anything, we say, thank you very much, understanding that they're under no obligation whatsoever to do that. Caveat emptor. The buyer is advised to make any repair requests in sufficient time to allow negotiations to be concluded prior to the expiration of the due diligence period. So we talked about that last week. I gotta have all repairs agreed on in writing and signed while we're still in due diligence. The repairs themselves don't need to be done until prior to settlement, but we gotta have the agreement while we're still in due diligence. Any agreements that we make to do repairs must be in writing and signed. Note is directing us to other places in the contract that is talking about these repair negotiations. Buyer's obligation to repair damage. This one always makes me pause. Buyer shall, at buyer's expense, promptly repair any damage to the property resulting from any activities of buyer and buyer's agents and contractors, but buyers shall not be responsible for any damage caused by accepted practices, either approved by the North Carolina Home Inspection Licensure Board or applicable to any other North Carolina licensed professional performing reasonable appraisals, tests, surveys, examinations, and inspections of the property. This repair obligation shall survive any terminations contract. So let's back up and talk about what we just said. The buyer is responsible for any damage to the property caused by any of their agents. Now, we're not talking about real estate agents here. We're talking about anybody that the buyer hires. So if the home inspector comes in and damages the property, who's on the hook for it? The buyer. If the appraiser comes in and damages, it's accident, of course, they're not doing it on purpose, but don't accidents happen? If the appraiser comes in and damages the property, who's on the hook for it? The buyer. So buyer's agents, isn't it a good idea that we're recommending people that we know, home inspectors that we know, instead of going to Google and finding just any old buddy? And I understand even those that we know that we use on the regular can still, accidents happen, things happen, but at least if you know one, you know that they're reputable and you can trust them. And hopefully they won't have your buyer in a situation where they're having to pay for anybody's damage. The second piece of these are accepted practices, either by the North Carolina Home Inspector Licensure Board or other North Carolina licensed professional performing these tests. There's certain things that the home inspector may do. They're not damaging the property, but they're showing that the property is damaged. So for example, if you guys have ever seen a home inspection, those things can be 50, 60 pages. That's not a bad home inspection report. Home inspectors just like to use lots and lots and lots of pictures, and pictures take up space. So the size of the home inspection report doesn't matter, it's what's in it. And one thing you may see, and this one gets me every time, talk about things that make you giggle every time. If the wood, maybe the frame, the door frame or the window frame, if the wood is soft or rotted, the home inspector will show that in their report by taking their screwdrivers, maybe about this long, and they'll take that screwdriver and they'll jam it in that wood and then take a picture of it. Because if that wood wasn't rotted, that screwdriver wouldn't go in there. But because it is rotted, that thing, and it'll stand straight up. The home inspector didn't cause that rotted wood. The home inspector is using his screwdriver to show that it was rotted. And that's what we mean by approved by the licensure board. Does that make sense? He didn't damage it. It was already damaged when he got there. He was proving in a picture that it was damaged, for example. It also says this repair obligation shall survive any termination. So if the buyer's home inspector damages the property and then the buyer terminates, the buyer's not off the hook. They still have a duty to fix the property. They still have a duty to fix whatever damage was caused. Indemnity. If you indemnify, you hold somebody harmless. So buyer will indemnify and hold the seller harmless from all loss, damage, claims, suits, or costs which shall arise out of any contract, agreement, or injury to any person or property as a result of any of the buyer's activities relating to the property, except for loss, damage, claim, suit, etc., arising out of pre-existing conditions of the property and or the seller's negligence or willful act or omissions. Again, this is going to survive the contract and any termination thereof. I think the best way to interpret this paragraph, this contract spells out when we can hold each other harmless. This contract spells out when the buyer can go after the seller, when the seller can go after the buyer. This contract spells it out. Anything else that may come up, the parties are going to have a hard time holding each other harmless, because the contract, while it can't predict everything, it covers a very good chunk of it. So we don't want things to happen, especially if somebody's neglect or omission, for example, that could cause something else to happen. Buyer's right to terminate, provided that buyer has delivered any agreed upon due diligence fee. Buyer shall have the right to terminate this contract, there it is again, for any reason or no reason, by delivering to seller written notice of termination during the due diligence period, time being of the essence. If the buyer timely delivers the termination notice, this contract shall be terminated and the earnest money deposit be refunded to the buyer. They can terminate for any reason or no reason while we're in due diligence. Like I said, they got scared off by the home inspection report. They found a better property. They woke up one day and said, no, I'm not going to do this. Had a teammate, buyers terminated once because they realized the backyard, the sun set in the backyard. They said, we like to grill out. We're outdoor people. We like to be outside in the evenings, and we don't want to be outside in the evenings when the sun's setting on us. So we're going to terminate this contract. Was that a reason? To them, it was. To them, it was. Does that make sense? That's what this is for, is that any reason or no reason. That agent downloaded a compass, and the next time they went out looking at property, they made sure the backyard wasn't going to get the evening sun, right? We live and we learn, and now we know that this is a problem. So any reason or no reason at all. Again, all the buyer has to do is deliver written notice of termination. They don't have to tell the seller why. All they have to do is provide written notice of termination. And yes, we have forms for that. There are numerous termination forms, terminating within due diligence, outside of due diligence, terminating with release of earnest money, without release of earnest money. There's several termination forms out there to fit our situation, fit this situation. As long as we're terminating, as long as we're timely delivering the termination notice, i.e. within due diligence, then the earnest money shall be refunded to the buyer. And then the last piece under the buyer's due diligence, closing shall constitute acceptance of the property in its then existing condition unless provisions in writing is made otherwise. When your buyer signs at settlement, they are agreeing to take this property in its then existing condition. The importance of the final walkthrough. Specifically, the final walkthrough as close to settlement as we possibly can. Because if we are, doing the final walkthrough on our way to settlement, right? We know exactly what it is that we're signing. The buyer knows exactly what it is that it's signing. Sometimes the buyers don't see the importance of the final walkthrough. I suggest if your buyers don't want to go, all right, but I suggest if they don't want to go, you go and you take your camera and you document that. Because the last thing we want is the buyers moving in after closing and seeing a hole in the wall that wasn't there when you were doing the final walkthrough. You know what I'm saying? What if they walked in the door, punched their fist through the wall, and then said, "Whoop, there's a hole in the wall." If you have your documentation, you can say, "Well, no, it wasn't when I was there 2 hours ago." Do that to protect yourself. Try to get your buyer to come to the final walkthrough. But I have come across a couple that just, I'm like, wow, I'm still going to protect myself. So I still went and did the final walkthrough. So what if? What if we're doing the final walkthrough and we see something that we don't like? Maybe we're seeing this home vacant for the first time at the final walkthrough. All we've seen is occupied. And during the final walkthrough, we learn why there are 2 pictures right here. And these 2 pictures are to hide 2 big holes. I don't have big holes back here, but you take the pictures down, final walkthrough, and you see big holes, right? The buyer's got a choice to make. What if the seller leaves a bunch of personal property, specifically a bunch of garbage and debris? They just pile up all the trash in the living room. That's happened. We see this at the final walkthrough. Your buyer's got 2 options. They go to closing and constitute acceptance of the property in its then existing condition, or they don't. And we get this thing worked out. I've seen stuff on final walkthroughs. I've called the listing agent. Like, what is this? What is this? I've gotten the phone calls, listing agents before. People do it. They just leave stuff. They leave holes in walls, right? They just do it. Your buyer's got 2 choices. You either go buy this house today and sign accepting it how it is, or you don't. Remember, we're on our way to an attorney's office. So if buyer and seller agree to something after settlement, we now have an attorney sitting there that can draft something up for us real quick. But what I'm telling you guys is we got to get some answers before your buyer signs. Why? Because closing constitutes acceptance. If your buyer signs, they have accepted. What leg do they have to stand on afterwards? None. What do we think about that? Another reason to have a plan B. Because if you come into the final walkthrough in the U-Haul, there better not be a problem. We better not walk in the front door and find an issue, right? Yes, ma'am.
So what if you don't accept it and they refuse to fix it?
So we can ask the seller to fix it. We can ask the seller to come get the trash. We can ask the seller, what you gonna do about it? Because we got a problem.
What if they don't do it?
If they don't do it, then you either buy or you don't buy, right? We either got to come to an agreement. This is a tough decision for your buyer to make, isn't it? If we can't get the seller to come to agreement, if they say, no, I'm not doing it, then your buyer's got a decision to make. But it addresses what happens if the property's not the same or better. We'll see that later. But that's a tough decision to make, isn't it? I mean, especially if they don't have somewhere else to go. But and I can't tell them what to do. This isn't a decision for me to make. All I can do is answer the question, what does the contract say? And if they insist on going to the attorney's office and signing, that's fine. But they need to understand what they're signing is acceptance of the property in its then existing condition.
But if you don't buy, don't you lose out on your earnest money? You lose more.
Well, we may have to hash that out, right? I mean, we got a provision that covers that. But yeah, I mean, we may be going over some legal battles. We may be going back and forth. It may not be over, but the two are going to have to hash that out somehow. Buyer's not in breach. Seller kind of is, because they're not providing the property, that they said they would. I mean, if you got a house with a bunch of trash, it tells us later in the contract that the seller's got to remove that. And if they refuse to, they violated the terms of the contract. It's the tricky one. And I'm going to venture out there, say it's probably the trickiest sentence in this contract, especially for the buyer. They just need to understand what it is closing is. Closing is acceptance. Caveat emptor. Once we're signed, we're done. The seller's on their way, aren't they? That's why we need to do the final walkthrough, because the buyer needs to know exactly what it is they're accepting. Five is buyer representations. These are things that the buyer's representing to the seller. The seller should be able to rely on this for accuracy when deciding if they want to enter into a contract with this buyer or not. So the first thing the buyer is going to represent, and I'm going to say really the big thing that the seller cares about, is how they're going to get the funds to complete the purchase. If it's a cash buyer, we got that first box there. Buyer intends to pay cash in order to purchase the property and does not intend to obtain a loan or funds from sources other than buyer's own assets. That note is just advising the seller, if this is a cash buyer, they're going to want to see a proof of funds. It's not required, but it's recommended that we have a proof of funds from the buyer's bank. I don't need to know exactly how much you have in the bank, but we need to know you have enough to cover to purchase this home, purchase this property. So funds to complete, cash or a loan. Buyer intends to obtain a loan or other funds to purchase the property. So here's some information on a first mortgage. Fill in what we can with second mortgage if applicable. You're also going to have a pre-approval or pre-qualification letter as well. That's gonna, or should, that's gonna support this information about the loan. This note's reminding us that the buyer's obligations are not conditioned upon obtaining any loan or other funds from sources other than the buyer's own assets. There's some mortgage loan programs out there that may require sellers to pay certain fees. So for example, there's almost always some kind of down payment program going on. There may be stipulations with that down payment assistance program that the seller may have to cough up something. So that note's just kind of warning us, we're trying to get the information out to everybody. Other property, buyer was earlier encouraged to close on their other property or be reasonably assured it was going to close. Now they're representing to the seller that they do or do not have to sell or lease another property in order to qualify for a new loan. If the buyer does have to sell or lease another property, then we're going to put that other property's address. What is the property they're trying to sell? And then check if applicable, buyer's other property is under contract as the date of this offer. A copy of the contract has been attached. We can cross out certain confidential information of the contract. We're just showing the seller that we have a legitimate contract in our hand. Sellers encouraged to obtain and review the contract prior to accepting this offer. Or buyer's other property is not under contract. So we're told to click one of the options. Is listed and actively marketed, will be listed, or the buyer's attempting to go for sale by owner. And then the note is reminding us this is not conditioned upon the sale. If the parties agree to make this conditioned, an appropriate contingency addendum should be drafted by an attorney. Y'all make a mental note. We used to have a contingent sale addendum. They retired it. That form no longer exists. So if you ever come across it, the contingent sale addendum is no more. They retired it, I don't know how many years ago. So now we're told that if we are going to add a contingency for the buyer to sell their property before they can buy yours, then we need to have an attorney draft something up. Buyers, performance of buyer's financial obligation to the best of the buyer's knowledge. There are no other circumstances that would prohibit them from performing their financial obligations. So for example, I don't know, maybe they're facing foreclosure in that other property, maybe they're up for bankruptcy, you know, things like that are going to affect their loan. So the best of the buyer's knowledge, there's no reason why anything like that wouldn't come up. And then we got to have the buyer represent to the seller if they have or have not received the Residential Property and Owners Association disclosure statement. Going forward, I'm going to call it the RPOs. Is everybody good with that? Residential Property and Owners Association disclosure statement. If I had to say that every time, I would trip over it. So with the RPOs, we got some choices here. Check only one. The buyer has received a signed copy of the RPOs prior to making this offer and acknowledges compliance with this North Carolina general statute. Or the buyer has not received a signed copy of the RPOs prior to making this offer and shall have the right to terminate or withdraw this contract without penalty, which means we'll get you your due diligence and your earnest money back prior to whichever the following events occur first, either the end of the third calendar day following receipt of the RPOs or the end of the third calendar day following the effective date, again, whichever one happens first. We can go under contract without the RPOs. The RPOs, North Carolina general statute says the buyer should have this thing when they're making an offer, when they're submitting the offer. In a perfect world, and I'm going to tell y'all, 98.5% of the time, You will. I just made that number up. But most of the time, you will have the R codes before you even go show the property. We have the ability to attach documents in MLS that stays internal. The public doesn't see them. So when you're looking up 123 Main Street to show to your property, click on the attachments, because there's a good chance that the RPOs is there, the MOG, the lead-based paint, if applicable, covenants may be there, right? There may be some good things. If it's not there, don't hold the offer for your buyer. That doesn't do them any good. So if you don't have it, you've drawn up the offer, you're ready to present it, go ahead and present it. Go ahead and do our thing and form a contract, knowing even after the contract is formed, then we get the RPOs or not, and the buyer has an out. The buyer can terminate if they haven't received it. And if they do, they'll get their earnest money and their due diligence back. They can only terminate because they haven't received it. Remember, the RPOs is a mandatory form with optional disclosure. Buyers generally don't like the optional disclosure piece. The seller has every right in the world to say no representation. So if the sellers terminate, if the buyer's terminating, it's because they didn't get it, not because they don't like how it was filled out. And then our third option there is if the RPOs is exempt. This would be one place you would want to refer to those guidelines to complete, because the guidelines spell out reasons why the RPOs may be exempt, and we got to fill that reason in. Probably the biggest reason why an RPOs would be exempt is new construction or never before lived in dwelling. It's hard to say yes or no to the components of the home if nobody's ever lived there. So new construction is exempt. Another reason the RPOs may be exempt is a court order transfer. So maybe an executor, a will executor, for example, that would be exempt from the RPOs. Then we go through that same little exercise. I'm sorry, did you have a?
Oh, well, I was just gonna say, you would just write new construction right there by the guidelines.
Yep. Yep. I would go to the guidelines and see exactly what the guidelines say and put it in like that. Straight from the horse's mouth, they say, right? And then we go through that little exercise again with the MOG, mineral and oil and gas rights mandatory disclosure. So the buyer has received a copy, the buyer has not received a copy, in which case they may have that right to terminate without penalty, or the MOG has reasons for that it's exempt as well. And again, that's all spelled out in the guidelines. The MOG is not exempt from new construction. It is required on new construction. Interestingly enough, the MOG is exempt from vacant land. Let's think about what the MOG is about. The MOG is about the subsurface rights. Doesn't matter if the land has a property on it or not, right? We're still talking about severing those subsurface rights. So why is it exempt from vacant land? I think they call this a loophole. Because this is the Residential Property Disclosure Act. Residential implies there's a residence on it. I think they found a loophole. What do y'all think? I know when that MOG came out, I was mad. I was like, why not on land? That's what it's all about. That's the whole point. But it only addresses residential. So the MOG is exempt for vacant land. Fun fact. Buyer's receipt of the MOG does not modify or limit the obligations of the seller. Do not assume any assumption or approval by the buyer in any severance of these subsurface rights, except as may be assumed or specifically approved by the buyer in writing. Severing of subsurface rights, as you can imagine, is a highly legal process that just got out of our pay grade real quick. So if we're dealing with the severance of subsurface rights, we're talking to an attorney somewhere. And that's a highly legal thing that's not in our pay grade. And then 6, remember 4, 5, and 6 are all about the buyers. So the last thing about the buyers, buyer obligations. Here's special assessments for the 3rd time. Buyer is going to take the property subject to special assessments that are approved after settlement. So it might be there's a pending or a proposed special assessment on the table, but if it's not approved until after settlement, the buyer's not on the hook for it. We're going to see in just a second. I'll save you the suspense. We're going to see in just a second that the seller is obligated to pay special assessments that are approved prior to settlement. So if we think about it, who's responsible for special assessments? It's whomever owns it when it's approved. If it's approved when the seller owns it, they're responsible. If it's approved after the buyer becomes the owner, then they're responsible. Hopefully part of what this is doing, and again, we'll see in just a second in the sellers, hopefully if there is something proposed or something pending and the seller knows about it, hopefully they'll share that with the buyer so they know what to expect after they close. Buyer's obligation, responsibility for certain costs. Buyer shall be responsible for all costs with respect to, and this is pretty much our who pays for what cheat sheet. Buyer's responsible for any loan obtained by the buyer, charges by an owner's association, appraisal, title search, title insurance, that's all covered under attorney's fees. Any fees by the closing attorney for preparation of any of the documents. Buyer pays to record the deed. The buyer pays for the recording of all instruments to secure the balance of the purchase price. So the deed of trust, the loan, for example, the buyer gets to pay for that. And then authorization to disclose. Remember earlier tonight, I said we go under contract, buyer's agents, you send that contract straight to your buyer, and then we immediately send a copy to the buyer's lender and the closing attorney so they can start doing their thing. This right here is the paragraph that gives us permission to do so. So basically what this is saying is that anybody that needs to touch this contract, we're going to get it to you. The appraiser, the lender will have to send the appraiser the contract. They have permission to do so here. So we don't have to worry about getting special permission to send it to the attorney. We've already hashed that out. It's just part of the terms of the contract. 4, 5, and 6 are all about the buyers. Again, if you're working with the buyers, we need to try to work in some of these conversations. There's a lot that the buyers especially need to understand during the process. So we may just be, I don't like sitting down and reading to them, but it might just be that we need to have a conversation, have a discussion with them so they understand what it is they're getting themselves into. Any questions on the buyers before we switch gears a little bit? So if 4, 5, and 6 are all about the buyers, then 7 and 8 are all about the sellers. So listing agents, these are conversations that we can have with our sellers. And again, we start with seller representations, just like buyer representations. These need to be truthful. They need to be honest. The buyer should be able to rely on this information when deciding if they want to enter into a contract with this seller. So what does the seller represent? Well, first off, they got to represent ownership. How long have they owned the property? They've owned it for at least 1 year, less than a year, or they do not yet own. Some lenders, some loan products care how long the sellers own the property. Some lenders may say, I know like FHA, the sellers had to own the property for 90 days before they can convey. Think about your flippers or your investors, right? So how long, the length of ownership. Lead-based paint. Property is residential and built prior to 1978. Attached to lead-based paint or lead-based paint hazard addendum. Lead-based paint hazard disclosure addendum. There it is. Again, the forms let us know when we need to use an addenda, use an amendment. The lead-based paint addendum is one that we will look at. Big red warning, all bold, all caps. If a lead-based paint disclosure is required but not given to the buyer prior to seller's acceptance of this offer, buyer may not be obligated to purchase the property under this contract under federal law. We just went big, didn't we? Lead-based paint is a federal law, nothing North Carolina can do about it. So the seller has their obligations. If they're not cooperating, the buyer has rights. I always think a great place to start, I don't know if you guys have seen it yet, but just keep your eyes open for it as you get going and you get working. The EPA has offered us a lead-based paint pamphlet, booklet. That's pretty much everything we ever want to know about lead-based paint. So it's a great tool, not only for us, but it's also good to help us educate our buyers and even sellers if need be as well. Listing agents, making sure that the sellers understand their duty to disclose. Did y'all hear what I just said? Listing agents, make sure your sellers understand the duty to disclose. But caveat emptor says, what do they have to disclose? Nothing. Y'all, federal law is bigger than state law. Lead-based paint is one place that they cannot hide behind state law. If they know the presence of lead in the home, they must disclose it. Lead-based paint is the only place that I know of that caveat emptor doesn't apply. So we'll see that in our lead-based paint addendum, but it's important that we understand that so we can advise our sellers. And by the way, once you get through this test, I don't know. Yeah, you talk about lead-based paint 301 a little bit too. So once you get through post-licensing, you don't have to know that date. You got it right here in your form. So once you get done with post, you can just kind of knock that 1978 out of your head. But you guys have it so ingrained in your brains right now, you'll remember that date for the rest of your life. So, but you don't have to. It's already on the forms for you. Thank you, Forms Committee. Owners Association and dues. Seller authorizes and directs any owners association or management company and any attorney to release to the buyer, buyer's agents, representatives, etc., true copies of the following that affect the property. So here's our seller statement of account. We got to get their lien balances to the penny so the attorney can make sure they're paying those liens off. There's our covenants, rules and regulations, articles of incorporation, bylaws, any information from the HOA. Basically what we're saying here is if the HOA provides it, if the seller has it, share it with the buyer. Let's help them learn as much about the HOA as they can. By the way, this exact list shows up in the listing agreement. So we can have this conversation with sellers when we list it. We don't have to wait until when we go under contract. Hey, do you have the articles of incorporation? Hopefully we've already asked for that at the time that we list it, and they can start gathering that for us. Then I got a place for the seller to represent who the HOA association is. So the name of the association, what the current dues are those dues per month, per quarter, per year? And then the contact information. And then you can see we go through that same little exercise again. Some places have 2 HOAs. So we want to just let the buyer know what they're buying, what they're getting into. I've occasionally seen, and Rochelle, this may be back to what you were asking earlier. I've seen one where like the HOA is mandatory, but the pool is optional. So you would have two different HOAs, 2 different associations there to handle that. So or the tennis court and pickleball court or something, maybe optional, you know. Fuel tanks. Fuel tanks have had people in court. Fuel tanks are huge. To the best of the seller's knowledge, there is or is not a fuel tank located on the property. If yes, complete the following. And you can see here, I got a place to describe 2 tanks. It is or is not in use. It's owned or leased. It's above ground, below ground, what is in it, and who provides the fuel. If there's 2 tanks on the property, then we can identify that here. Tanks are included in the sale. Tanks are considered fixtures. So buyer and seller agree that any tank described above that is owned by the seller, that's the key, shall be included in the sale, free of liens. Seller may use the fuel in the tank described above, but may not otherwise remove the fuel or resell it. Any fuel remaining in the tank shall be included in the sale as part of the purchase price, free of liens. The fuel provision is what put people in court. Sellers want to take their fuel with them. Guys, unless you're like authorized to move fuel, we can't be messing with that. And we got a reminder here in just a second. Sellers may also try to charge the buyer extra because I left you fuel in the tank, so I want an extra $200. What does the contract say? And this is fairly new because of all the issues that, yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, you're fine. I was part of this whenever I bought my house in 2014 or 2015. The fuel, my oil tank was full. It had an oil furnace, and whenever I closed on the house, I came in here to turn the heat on because I closed in like January and it was cold, and my oil furnace wasn't light. So I went out there and checked the tank and it was empty. Back then, it was acceptable for them to have the oil company come out and pump it back out.
Because it wasn't in the contract back then. This is new, like within the last year or two, because
Yeah, I know.
of stories like yours all over the state.
Oh, I was upset. I called the who sold me the home. I called him. I called all kinds of people.
I bet. And it's been such a thing, Dakota. Like I said, sellers look at you and say, but I just filled this thing up. Aren't I going to get my fine? Let's tack $500 to the purchase price so you can make sure you get your, I mean, seriously, you guys, what's $250 in the big picture of on house? Remember what I said, people get petty. And I don't know why fuel was such a, Dakota story is one of many across the state and what it caused them to do. Fuel, it never made sense in the contract. I can't explain it, but fuel was one of those things that used to be talked about like 3 different places. You had to go hunt and peck and find everything there is to know about fuel. A couple of years ago, they said, let's just put it all together. Let's just give you everything fuel right here. And then they added to it, Dakota, to address the fuel, to address that the seller can still reasonably use the fuel, but they just can't take it with them. That the fuel, let's think of the fuel on the day of settlement as a fixture. Just because we don't necessarily have the vehicle, the seller doesn't have the vehicle to transport it. Does that make sense? Y'all, this gets dangerous if you get people out there trying to move fuel around. We got to keep everybody safe. Buyers entitled to conduct their inspections about the fuel tank. And then that second note is addressing state law provides that it's unlawful for anyone other than the supplier or the owner of the fuel supply to tank to disconnect, interrupt, or fill a supply tank. Can't mess with it. Don't touch it. It's dangerous. But I was very, Dakota, to your point, I'm glad that they gave us more information. We clearly needed it because this was a common problem across the country. But then they also addressed, we can't touch it. Leave it for the supplier, leave it for the professionals. Anything else on fuel? Of course, if there's an abandoned underground storage tank, nobody knows about that. The seller can only disclose what they know. Then one more thing here, seller representation. The property is or is not subject to any leases. If the property is subject to a lease, buyer and seller should include either the rental income investment property provision and the additional provisions addendum or the vacation rental addendum, both of which, well, we talked about the additional provisions addendum. We'll look briefly or talk about the vacation rental addendum. But if what we need to know is if the property is being sold subject to a lease or tenant in place, In North Carolina, the buyer buys honoring that existing lease, that existing tenant. So if your buyer's looking for their own personal use, we may have to drive them away from a leased property. They may not be able to move in right away. They may have to wait for that lease to run out. If your buyer's an investor and we can prove that we got an established tenant in place that loves living there, that looks pretty good to the investor, doesn't it? That's an added piece. So it just depends on the buyer and their needs and things we can help them do, get to the bottom of it. Seller representations, questions? Let's take our last break. We come back, we should be able to knock this out. Guys, I get it. The last hour is the longest. So get up and stretch, move around, go get you a shot of some kind of caffeine. We're back. Okay, so we did seller representations and now seller obligations. Evidence of title, payoff statement, and non-foreign status. Seller agrees to use best efforts to provide to the closing attorney as soon as reasonably possible after the effective date. Copies of all title information and possession of are available to the seller, including but not limited to, and there's our laundry list of things: title insurance, attorney's opinion, surveys, deeds, etc. So basically, if the attorney needs something to prove that the seller can pass clear marketable title, the seller agrees to provide what the attorney needs. So if they request something, documentation, whatever, the seller is obligated to assist in that. Seller shall provide to the closing attorney all information needed to obtain a written payoff statement from any lender regarding any security interest in the property as soon as reasonably possible after the effective date. Seller designates the closing attorney as seller's agent with express authority to request and obtain seller's behalf payoff statement and or payoff statements from any such lender. Again, the lender is probably going to be the one to reach out to, the closing attorney is going to be the one to reach out to the lender, the seller's lender, and request their final loan payoff amounts. And the lender is going to have to send it to the penny as of the day of settlement. So they're going to take into account any unpaid interest or, things like that. But the attorney has permission to do that here, reach out to their lender. If the seller is not a foreign person, as defined by the Foreign Investment and Real Property Tax Act, seller shall also provide to the closing attorney a non-foreign status certificate. In the event seller does not provide that certificate, they acknowledge that they may be withholding as provided by the Internal Revenue Code. So whether this in foreign investment, if your seller qualifies under this Foreign Investment and Real Property Tax Act, the taxes may be different depending on their status. Just need to make sure that they know that there may be withholdings due by the IRS, the Internal Revenue Code. This also pops up in our listing agreement. So if your seller does fall under this Foreign Investment and Real Property Tax Act, we can have this conversation at the time that we're listing, find out what all may need to be done. I personally have not had the opportunity to work with a seller that would fall under this, so I'm not overly familiar with the process. But if I did get a call for a listing and the seller fell under this act, the first thing I would do is Google Foreign Investment and Real Property Tax Act and learn a little bit more about it, get with our attorney so we can help educate the seller, maybe even the accountant, since we're dealing with the Internal Revenue Code. So we can just make sure we're preparing the seller for what to expect, specifically here after they sell. How's that going to affect your taxes this year? But they just have an obligation to comply. Authorization to disclose. We saw this on the buyer side. Again, we got to send contracts. We got to send documents on behalf of the seller to various people. This gives us the permission to do so. So if the attorney needs a copy of the contract, if they need, there's the title insurance, etc. This gives us permission to get whatever it is we need to whomever, so they can proceed, so we can do what we need to do to get to closing. Access to the property. Seller shall provide reasonable access to the property through the earlier of the closing or possession by the buyer, including but not limited to allowing the buyer and their agent an opportunity to conduct due diligence, verify satisfactory completion of repairs, conduct final walkthrough. Seller's obligation includes providing existing utilities operating at seller's costs, including any connections and dewinterizing. The seller can't deny the buyer to conduct their due diligence. They can't deny the home inspector. They can't not allow the home inspector on the property. They can't not allow the appraiser on the property, right? The seller can't deny these people to come on the property so the buyer can learn about it during due diligence. Now, keep in mind there, that says reasonable access. We want to be cautious of their days and times. And some sellers say, no showings until noon. Well, then don't schedule a home inspection in the morning, right? We're still going to follow their showing instructions. We still have to schedule the appointment. You can't just tell the home inspector to show up. We got to run it by the seller, giving them as much notice as we can, so they're prepared. Same thing with the final walkthrough. The satisfactory completion of negotiated repairs. Once these negotiated repairs are done, the buyer has the right to verify that they're satisfactorily completed. So maybe they want the home inspector to go back out and just investigate or just re-inspect the repairs that we agreed on. Maybe the buyer wants time to have their electrician to come out, look at the work or whatever. Maybe they just are okay with putting their eyes on it, and saying it's okay. But either way, the buyer has the right to verify satisfactory completion of those good negotiated repairs. And then the final walkthrough. Again, the seller can't deny the buyer from conducting the final walkthrough, especially, if we've done repairs or if we've never seen it vacant. And I say that, but then I'm quick to follow it up with, even if we have seen it vacant, let's still do the final walkthrough, because what if, right? So that final walkthrough, again, we can't stress the importance of that. And then the seller's obligation to provide existing utilities. I mean, it's hard for the home inspector to inspect the HVAC system when the power's been cut off. It's hard for the home inspector to test the water heater when the water's been cut off. So the seller has this duty to keep utilities on, so they can conduct their inspections during due diligence. Warning in paragraph 4, that was our big warning under the due diligence. This is just referring us back to that. Removal of seller's property. Seller shall remove by the date possession is made available to the buyer all personal property which is not part of the purchase, and all garbage and debris from the property. So remember earlier we were doing our final walkthrough and there was just trash everywhere. There's trash all over the house. In the seller kind of on the hook, because the contract says they have a duty to remove all that by the date the possession is available. If your buyer signs, they're signing accepting that trash. If they don't sign, then the seller's on the hook to do something about it, because that's what the contract says. Does that make sense? Like I said, we're on our way to the attorney's office. I say, attorney, we're not signing because there's all this trash in the house. The attorney can help us draft something up if we agree to something, or the seller better just hop in their car and get home and clean it up because my buyer's not signing. That's the choice for them to make, but the contract is going to support their choice, support that decision, at least as far as personal property and trash goes.
So Julie, if something is left by the seller that they perhaps forgot, is it then the possession of the buyer? Like, do they have to give it back if they don't want to, or no? Okay.
It sounds like the nice thing to do, but no, closing constitutes acceptance. So sellers, do your final walkthrough. Listing agents, you may want to do a final walkthrough behind your sellers to make sure they got everything. Look in closets, look in cabinets, look in place. I mean, all the furniture's out, right? So there's not really anywhere else to look, but that comes up, Rachel. And sometimes new owners are like, oh no, they forgot something. How do I get it back to them? And other times new owners are not that nice. Remember, sometimes we're getting very petty at the end. So if you leave personal property, it's real easy for me to say, now it's mine, so there's no guarantees there in that something. I think sellers think sometimes too, they're leaving gifts. Like there's been numerous occasions where the seller decides at the last minute that they don't want to mess with moving the grill. So, hey, let's leave the grill for the buyers as a moving in present, as a new home present. If the buyer would have wanted the grill, we would have put it in personal property in the offer to purchase and contract. The buyer may even have a better grill than what you want to. Personal property is personal property, and it's meant to go unless agreed otherwise. If they want the grill, they would have asked for the grill. Don't leave us the grill. The grill comes up. Affidavit and indemnification agreement. Again, we saw this with the buyers. The sellers agree to hold the buyers to indemnify and hold the buyers harmless, except for all the other things that we may spell out in the contract. The other piece of this that we didn't see in the buyers. Seller's going to furnish at settlement. I think I was ahead of myself. I think that was down here. Sorry. Seller shall furnish at settlement an affidavit and indemnification agreement executed by seller and any person or entity who has performed or furnished labor, services, materials, or rental equipment within 120 days prior to settlement. You guys remember the mechanic's lien? The mechanic has the right to file the lien within 120 days after the work was complete. So what if seller agrees to do repairs? It's part of due diligence. Seller says, sure, I'll fix the electrical, no problem. Where do I sign? They bring in the electrician does the work, they send the bill, seller doesn't pay it. We go on to settlement. Mechanic files the lien. You'll remember mechanic's lien is a specific lien. What is specific liens attached to? The property. So now you have this unsuspecting brand new homeowner with a lien, a mechanic's lien, for the electrical work that the seller agreed to do. Doesn't sound good, does it? We don't like this. So buyer's agents, a couple things we can do here. I think we mentioned the other day or last week, you can always put verbiage like seller to provide paid in full invoice. So that shows that the electrician has been paid. And it also shows us who did it. So if it breaks after closing, the buyer knows who to call, the new owner knows who to call. The second piece of this, title insurance is going to make the seller sign an affidavit saying that this can't happen. Saying that all these mechanics, any of these things that could pop up within that 120-day window has been taken care of, and we don't have to worry about this. And then if something does happen, that's where title insurance is there to protect the new owner. And they have something in writing. The seller lied to them. So they have something in writing, and that gives them the right to go after the seller. Be like, you got to clear this up. You knew about this before we close. Designation of lien agent, payment satisfactory of lien. Here's another fancy North Carolina general statute. Again, if there's any questions about what does this mean, throw it in Google. The actual general statute will come up and you can read it. Seller shall have been designated a lien agent. Seller shall deliver to buyer as soon as reasonably possible a copy of the appointment of the lien agent. All documents and other charges against the property not assumed by the buyer must be paid and satisfied by seller prior to settlement. Seller shall remain obligated to obtain any such cancellations following closing. So that's probably, I think that's like the number one responsibility of the seller is to provide that clear marketable title to make sure that everything's paid off. And if we find something after closing, the seller's still on the hook to make it right, to come back and make it right. That's part of what offering a general warranty deed is about. So that takes me into good title legal access. Seller shall execute and deliver a general warranty deed in recordable form no later than settlement, which conveys fee simple, marketable, and insurable title without exception for mechanics, liens, lis pendens, liens and judgments, other encumbrances or defects that would affect the value of the property, including those that would have been identified with a survey. All these except ad valorem taxes for the current year, because we know we're going to prorate those between buyer and seller. Utility easements, because most properties have some kind of utility easement to get your power and water. Unviolated covenants, conditions, or restrictions, other liens, encumbrances. The property must have legal access to a public right of way. Buyer's failure to conduct a survey prior to the expiration of due diligence does not relieve the seller of their obligation to deliver good title. So again, if something comes up about the title after due diligence, the seller will always be obligated to take care of it. And the closing attorney is with the seller, helping them get that taken care of it. Is it something they have to pay, or is it something we have to request that the judge remove? What's it called? A law. Dang it, I just lost it. Quiet action, something like that. A lawsuit to quiet the title. I'll think of it about the time we log out, unless you guys know tomorrow. Do you guys ever do that? 2 hours from now, I'll be like, oh yeah, but it's an action to quiet
Are you
title.
saying quit claim? No, that wouldn't be.
No, it's an action to quiet the title. That's what we're going after. That's what we're looking for. So there's noise on the title, right? So we're going to go to a judge and request that they help us quiet it, that they help get this title taken care of. That's what I was struggling so hard to think of. And then the other note is addressing a short sale. If this is a short sale, we're going to look at the short sale addendum, which we'll do when we look at the forms. So the seller, in my opinion, the seller's biggest obligation, good title, legal access. That's their number one obligation. The number one duty is to provide that clear marketable title. And again, the closing attorney represents the buyer. So if they find anything for any reason that would prevent the seller from passing that clear marketable title, it's the attorney's job to get with the seller to take care of. That's what the attorney does for their buyer client. So they will handle all that directly with the seller. Government compliance. This was new as of July of 2023. Verbiage has also been added to address this in the listing agreement. So again, use the listing agreement as a checklist. There's a lot of things we got to ask the seller, right? Unless you're home, use it as a checklist. And a lot of what we see in the listing agreement is it gives us the opportunity to open the doors of these conversations, because we know when we go under contract, we're going to run into it again. So the listing agreement allows us to have these conversations before we get here. And that's why we see things twice so many times. With this governmental compliance, it's a condition of this contract that the property be conveyed free of any material violation of law, ordinance, permit, or other governmental regulation, including related to the building, stormwater, impervious surface, environmental protection, and zoning, unless the seller has specifically disclosed such violation prior to the effective date. If the violation is discovered and identified after the effective date, but prior to closing, then seller may cure the violation unless otherwise agreed. If seller doesn't cure it prior to closing, then buyer may choose to accept this violation and proceed to closing, or terminate this contract. And there's another opportunity for your buyer to get not only their earnest money back, but their due diligence back as well. So let me break this down a little bit for us. The seller doesn't have to disclose. We just said there's only one thing that the seller has to disclose, and that's because federal law overrides state law. Caveat emptor, the seller doesn't have to disclose. But if the buyer finds these unviolated conditions, zoning issues, for example, environmental, stormwater, if they find any of these things during due diligence, they can go to the seller and ask the seller to fix it. The seller doesn't have to. They can still say, no, I'm not going to fix it. And if they say no, the buyer has a choice. Either go to closing or terminate and get your monies back. But here's the kick. If the seller discloses this up front, we're done. We're done. So in this case, it's almost better that the seller discloses what they know, because there's a good chance that the buyer will find it, ask the seller to cure it. If they say no, we could lose that buyer. We could terminate. But if the seller discloses it, then the buyer goes under contract knowing that there could be this governmental compliance issue. So we still can't make the seller disclose, but in some cases such as this, it's almost better that they do. And that's why this is in the listing agreement. And that's the conversation that we need to have.
Well, if they do disclose, they get to keep the earnest money and due diligence.
That would, all they have to do is just, yeah, so if they disclose, that took care of that. If they don't disclose and the buyer finds it, and then the buyer looks at the seller and says, will you fix this? The seller still has the right to say no, but they need to know they could lose their buyer. I feel like when this came out, let's just say the energy I got from this new paragraph is to encourage the seller to disclose this information. Encourage the seller, understanding they don't have to disclose anything. But with something like this, because guys, again, we're in a seller's market right now. Buyers are really easy to get. But one day we're going to be in a buyer's market. You may have had to wait, that seller may have had to wait 3, 4, 8 months to go under contract. Do we want to risk losing that buyer? It's not like 2 years ago that if we terminated, whatever, I'll be back under contract by dinner tonight. I'm not worried about this. But we're always not going to be in that kind of market. And we may have a situation where our seller has to sell and they don't want to risk losing. We already got a buyer in our hands. So let's take care of them. What can we do to keep them? There could be a market thing, depending on what kind of market we're in. Like I said, 2 years ago, whatever. I get you back under contract, no biggie. 2 years from now, could be a different story. Deed, taxes, and fees. Sellers shall pay for the preparation of the deed. Who pays to have the deed prepared? The seller. And all other documents necessary to perform seller's obligation under this contract. Seller's responsible for excise taxes and any deferred, discounted, or rollback taxes, local conveyance fees. Deeds to be made out to who? We make it out to the buyer, corporation, LLC, shareholder, trust, any relative of the buyer, or other. And please note, we are only inserting the name if we are making this deed out for other. If this deed is to be made to the buyer, corporation, LLC, etc., we don't have to insert a name in. Again, this was a change to the contract this year. They used to have us always put the name in. But honestly, we as agents were not doing a good job of putting the buyers' names in, and it was causing confusion with the attorney. In some cases, it was causing a delay. So they took that off us. They said, you guys are not good at that. We're going to remove it from you, and we're just going to go by what you put on page 1 as the contract for the buyer. The attorney said, if we need more information, we will reach out to you. Otherwise, stop. We're just not good at it. I don't know what we did that was so bad, but we did so bad. The attorney said, we just stop. You guys aren't good at this. We'll take this away from you. So only put the names in for other. Agreement to pay buyer's expenses. Seller shall pay at settlement X amount. This is another one that you definitely don't want to leave blank. Even if the seller doesn't agree to pay any of the buyer's closing costs, we still want to indicate as such with a 0. So seller shall pay X amount toward any of buyer's expenses associated with the purchase at the discretion of the lender. Some loan products may have a limit on how much of the buyer's closing costs a seller can pay. So for example, don't hold me to this, but I want to say FHA is like 3% of the purchase price, for example. If you don't know, you need to call the lender and say, what's the max I can ask for? What's the max that we can put in there for the seller's seller pay closing costs? Then we're told to review the FHA VA addendum. There are certain things specifically under the VA. There are certain inspections that the VA, I'm in the note now, certain inspections that the VA may require. For example, the VA is going to require a pest inspection. But guess what? Very rarely do they let the buyer pay for it. So if the buyer's not paying for the home inspection, Who's up? Seller. Listing agents, isn't that important information to share with them when this offer comes in? And that's the kind of thing that's addressed in the FHA VA financing addendum that we'll look at tomorrow. Owners association fees. Sellers shall pay any charges by an owner association management company. We're going to see that 9 below in just a second. Payment of special assessments. This is the 4th time we've seen special assessments. Do you think special assessments are a good candidate for a test question since they just keep popping up over and over and over again? Woo, I'm in a good mood tonight. Y'all listening to me? So payment of special assessment. Seller shall pay loud and clear, she says. Seller shall pay in full at settlement all special assessments that are approved prior to settlement, whether payable in a lump sum or future installments. So it might be that the special assessment says you can pay us X amount over the next, 4 months or something, right? So that's what we mean by future installments. Either way, anything that's approved prior to settlement, the seller's going to have to pay for all of it before they can convey that title. Again, I think a really good rule of thumb, whomever owns it when it's approved is going to be the one responsible for it. Questions on that?
Is that an item that can be negotiated though, Julie?
Always.
Like, okay.
We could do something like,
Because if I'm only there 2 months and you about to have it the rest of the year, so happen it just passed, I would be wanting to lose half of my
you don't get to enjoy that new parking
right,
lot,
exactly.
So
Exactly.
so anything is negotiable, and we could call it like, let's see, we could just negotiate buyer owes the seller, right? So anything is negotiable. Yep. Late listing, all property tax late listing penalties shall be paid by the seller. So what that's saying, if the seller never paid 2023 taxes, the seller is responsible for paying that late listing penalty and all penalties included with paying delinquent taxes. Negotiated repairs or improvements shall be made. There's that good and workmanlike manner again. Buyer shall have the right to verify the same prior to settlement. Home warranties are starting to be negotiated again. They kind of disappeared the last couple of years, but we're starting to see home warranties come back into the picture. So no home warranty to be provided. Buyer can obtain a 1-year home warranty at a cost not to exceed X amount, or seller has obtained and will provide a 1-year home warranty. Some home warranty companies will let the seller, and they'll be covered while they're listed. And then the policy doesn't kick in, that 1st-year policy doesn't kick in for the buyer until the buyer buys. So it's kind of a good program, a good benefit for the seller to have that reassurance that they're covered if something breaks while they're listed. And I think it's a good product that the home warranty delivers. When you guys affiliate with your firms, you very well may have a firm preferred home warranty vendor that has brochures and stuff for you that you can help provide to your buyers to help educate them on their home warranty should they want one. And you don't have to use the firm's preferred vendor, of course. The buyer can choose any home warranty product that they want, should they want it. Home warranties have limitations, refer any specific, stay in your lane. We're not a home warranty company. So if there's any specific questions about the home warranty, advise them. And then seller's breach of contract, we're going to see paragraph 23, which addresses the breach. Let me say something. Remember, okay, 4, 5, and 6 are all about the buyers. Yeah, 4, 5, and 6 are all about the buyers. 7 and 8 are all about the sellers. I think better understanding the breakdown of the contract. This is 17 pages, y'all. And better understanding the breakdown of the contract helps us better understand where we can find stuff. Because again, it depends on who we're talking to. You may have a different conversation with the buyer than what you would the seller, and vice versa. So just being familiar with nothing else, and you guys don't, you're not going to be tested on what's number 4. You're not going to be tested on that. But just us having an understanding of what's in here, where this stuff is, and where we can access it quickly, should a question come up or an incident come up. 9 is charges by an owners association. You can see unless agreed otherwise, or unless the HOA says otherwise. This is what the seller's typically going to pay as far as charges by the owners association. This is what the buyer's typically going to pay. So it gives us a little breakdown. Again, unless the HOA says otherwise, they may have a different policy in place. The closing attorney is communicating with the HOA. So the closing attorney is getting with them, making sure, there's no outstanding debts, or, everything's in good order, everything is good to go. And then the HOA will do that transfer. They got to do all that paperwork to transfer it from the old owner to the new owner. And that's where some of these charges come into place, is just the administrative work behind it. We got to take somebody off and add somebody on, and it just takes work. So that's what a lot of this is addressing. Again, unless the HOA says otherwise, but they're going to be talking directly to the attorney about this kind of thing. Prorations and adjustments. Unless otherwise agreed, the following items shall be prorated, with the seller responsible for the prorated amount of any taxes and dues through the date of settlement. Sellers entitled to the amount of prorated rents through the date of settlement, and either adjusted between the parties or paid at settlement. So again, a big chunk of my who pays what worksheet comes straight from the contract. It spells it out, who pays for what. I don't make stuff up. Well, I do, but not important stuff. So what are some things that we prorate? There's our taxes on real property, taxes on personal property. If we do an outside bill of sale for the RV, we're going to have to prorate this year's property or personal property taxes. Rent, if any, and HOA dues. Again, the things that we typically see prorated. Condition of property, risk of loss. Condition of property. Question is, what if the property is not in the same or better condition as it was at the time that we made the offer? If it's not in the same or better condition, reasonable wear and tear expected, buyer may, the option to terminate this contract by written notice delivered to the seller, and the due diligence fee and the earnest money shall be refunded to the buyer. If the property is not in the same condition, and buyer does not elect to terminate, buyer is going to be entitled to receive, in addition to the property, the proceeds of any insurance claim for them to rebuild. This paragraph answers the question, what if the house burns down when we're under contract? What if the tree falls on the house while we're under contract? If the property is not in substantially the same or better condition, reasonable wear and tear expected, the buyer's got two choices. It's not over yet. The buyer could terminate, get their due diligence and earnest money back, or they could go on to closing, get the property and the seller's proceeds from their insurance company to rebuild. If the house burns down when we're under contract, the buyer's going to call their agent and say, what should I do? And as a buyer's agent, if I get that phone call, I would pull the contract out and I would read this to them. And they would say, okay, but what should I do? And my answer to them would be, talk to your attorney. They need to understand the consequences of both. They need to understand terminating or not. Does that make sense? And I'm not the one making that decision for them. I think the other thing that this paragraph gives us is a lot of unanswered questions, because define not in substantially the same or better condition. What does that mean? Does that mean a tree fell on the house, or does that mean there's a new hole in the wall, right? We could get very subjective about this. Again, I always say, if two parties can't agree to agree, the judge will decide for them. So if we can't come to an agreement about what is or is not substantially the same or better condition, then we may have to go, no, buyers and sellers may have to go stand in front of a judge and get this hashed out. You know, we were talking earlier about closing constitutes acceptance. Well, to me, it's pretty clear, you know, if the house burns down, but what if there's more damage to the property than what we realize, because now we're seeing it vacant, we're seeing there's holes in the wall. Is that substantially the same or better condition at closing? I mean, we could stand here and argue this point all day long. Some of us may say yes, some of us may say no, right? But bottom line, if the parties can't agree to agree, then the judge is going to decide for him. And I hate for us to get on settlement date and get to that point. But I'm not going to look at my buyer and say, oh yeah, just sign and then you can fight it later. Because what does the contract say? The contract says acceptance in its then current condition. Does this make sense? We are on our way to an attorney's office at the final walkthrough. The final walkthrough should be the stop before the closing attorney's office. So if nothing else, we can go sit in front of an attorney and say, okay, I've decided not to sign because it's not the same or better condition. Now what? And let the attorney, let the judge, this got out of our pay grade really fast. All I can do is tell you what the contract says. I can see this getting really sticky really fast. Anybody else agree? But we just need to be careful. Again, what's my opinion matter? What I need to do is get my client the appropriate legal resources they can, the appropriate legal action they can. Risk of loss or damage by fire or other casualty prior to closing shall be upon the seller. It's still the seller's until that new deed is recorded. So if the house burns down, the risk of loss is on the seller. Sellers advised not to cancel existing insurance until after confirmation recording of the deed. Yeah, I had a seller once. We went under contract. She said, yay, my offer, yay, we're under contract. Her very next breath, can I go ahead and cancel my homeowner's insurance policy? No, I'm just under contract. We're not closed. We still got like 5-6 weeks before we close, right? Can something happen in 5 weeks? Yeah, I'm like, no, you are still the owner. I guess I learned at that moment that it's worth having this conversation with our sellers, making sure that they know that they got to keep insurance until it's no longer theirs. Delay in settlement. I have a 7-day delay built into our offer to purchase and contract. This is what this paragraph is saying. Delay in settlement, you got two parties. There's the delaying party and the non-delaying party. Somebody is causing this delay. Let's use a specific example. Let's say the reason we're delayed is because we don't have loan approval, final loan approval yet. The buyer would be the delaying party, the seller's the non-delaying party. Everybody with me right so far? The buyer, excuse me, the seller is the non-delaying party with this 7-day delay. As long as the buyer is doing what they can to make this happen, to get this to close, they're doing their part, if you will. The seller pretty much has no choice but to sit still and be patient for 7 days. If they terminate, they are in breach and they will suffer the consequences of breach. That's what this 7-day delay means. If on day 8, we're still not closed, now the seller could terminate, the non-delaying party could terminate, in which case the delaying party would be in breach. But what we need to understand is that delaying party pretty much has a 7-day wiggle room, as long as they're trying. It's not that we're extending it out because I just want more time. As long as, you know, it's out of my control, stuff just happens, but we're still wanting to make this work. 7 days, 7-day delay. And again, all the non-delaying party can do is just sit there and be patient and hope and pray that it works out. On day 8, they can terminate if they want to. Questions on that? Possession, again, here it is, you guys. What does the contract say? Possession, including all means of access to the property, such as keys, mailbox keys, codes, security codes, garage door openers, etc., shall be delivered upon closing, not settlement, closing. When should the buyer get the keys? The contract says at closing. Remember, it's still the seller's until that deed changes hands. We may also have the option to do a buyer possession before closing or seller possession after closing, in which case I got a form for both of those. We're going to look at those briefly tomorrow. Or our other option of possession, the buyer's already living there. Maybe they're a tenant doing a lease to own, for example. So possession has already happened, and we're just going to acknowledge that here. As I mentioned, scattered all throughout the contract, and you guys have seen, it's been very, very helpful to let us know when we need to use an addendum, when the need comes up to use an addendum. Additionally, they give us this nice, neat little package here at the end to make sure we have identified all applicable addenda. I literally use this as a checklist. I literally go through and say, yes, I need this one. Yes, yes. And I go through and make sure I have the addenda that I need that applies to this transaction. Most of these we're going to look at or talk about tomorrow night. Blue note is reminding us that we are brokers and we're not permitted to draft. That would be the job of the attorney. So if we don't have a form for that, then the attorney has the duty of drafting one up. Assignments. Remember an assignment. All the terms stay the same. The only thing that changes is the name of one of the parties. And any good contract is going to address whether or not it can or cannot be assigned. Our sales contract says it may not be assigned without the written consent of all parties. So could our contract be assigned? Sure, as long as we have written consent of all parties. Tax deferred exchange. This is also a 1031 exchange. You may hear it called as a 1031 exchange. This is an IRS benefit to our investors, anybody that flips homes for a living. And what the tax deferred exchange allows the investors to do is defer paying the taxes on this investment property as long as they are using the proceeds of the sale to purchase another investment property. So it's a like kind exchange. And as long as they're exchanging property for property, it doesn't have to be condo for condo. It can be property for property. They can defer paying taxes and they can keep going doing that for the rest of their lives. So if they want to keep deferring that, they can get with this program. Isn't that a nice program for investors? If you're an investor, if you're working with an investor, encourage them to talk to their accountant to make sure that they're getting the advantages of this and proceeding with it properly. Parties to the contract. This contract shall be binding upon and shall inure to the benefit of the buyers and the sellers and their respective heirs. When do heirs kick in? When the individual passes away. Death is only an out when you're negotiating the offer. Once you're under contract, you're in. If the heirs can't or won't carry through with the terms of your contract, they suffer the consequences of breach. The thinking here is that the deceased party's intentions were very clear because we have a signed legitimate contract in our hand. So their intentions were clear. Boilerplate stuff back. I'm just trying to make sure we get the good stuff. Entire agreement or recordation. I think we mentioned this last week, but the contract is going to be interpreted as a whole. They're not going to piecemeal it and be like, page 1 is good, but we need to, 2 doesn't count. It's going to be interpreted as a whole. The other thing about this paragraph, people, you guys, this agreement shall not be recorded without the express consent of both parties. This is fairly new. Evidently, there was a problem in the crazy seller's market we were in, and buyers were recording the sales contract to lock the seller in. Now the seller can't sell because they got a contract down at the Register of Deeds. So they added this sentence: can you record the contract? Not without the express consent of all parties. People are crafty. You got to give them props for for thinking things through. This addresses electronic means. I know we mentioned if you're going to use electronic means, we got to get permission that your e-signature counts as your legally binding signature. So not only do we have the terms of use in our .loop, DocuSign, SkySlope, etc., but we also address electronic means here in the contract. We got our notice information that we'll see in just a second. How do we want to be communicated with? Acceptance, communication of acceptance. We'll see that in a second. I'll tell you what the rest of that says in a second too. Execution may be signed in multiple originals or counterparts, but all of them count as one. Computation of days, when you're counting the contract days, remember we got some different rules when you're counting TRID days. But when you're counting contract days, a day is a day is a day. Sunday counts, Christmas counts, a day is a day. So if I give you this contract and I say due diligence is 15 days, we're all going to go to our calendar. Tomorrow is going to be day 1, and we actually count out 15 days. A day is a day. And then the last big section we have here, provision, is, again, it's fairly new, a couple years now, the remedies paragraph. None of this in here is new. They just came through a couple years. It is one of those things that was scattered all over the place, and you found it in like 5 different places in the contract. So they came in about 3 years ago and put it in one nice, neat little package for us. So we have all the remedies together. The only concern I have with this new paragraph is that it's stuck way down here at the bottom on the boilerplate page. Nobody reads this page because it's boilerplate. And I fear that the remedies provision gets lost. I fear that it just kind of doesn't stand out like it should. So you guys now know there is a paragraph specifically for remedies that addresses breach by the buyer and breach by the seller. So let's see what we got. Breach by the buyer. In the event of the buyer's breach, the seller shall be entitled to the earnest money deposit. The payment of the earnest money and any due diligence fee to the seller without respect to their amounts together shall serve as the seller's liquidated damages. Liquidated damages are our money damages, and they are the money damages that we agree to up front at the time of contract formation. So 2 big pieces that we're negotiating up front are the due diligence fees and the earnest money. And now that we're past due diligence, now the buyer's in breach. If they terminate within due diligence, they're not in breach. But if they terminate after, they're in breach. And the seller's liquidated damages are the earnest money deposit and the due diligence fee. And their liquidated damages serve as their sole and exclusive remedy. That is what they get. Listing agents, you need to be certain that your sellers are good with the amount of due diligence and good with the amount of earnest money being offered. Because remember my buyer that called me 3 hours prior to settlement? All the seller got was the due diligence and the earnest money. So as that pendulum swings back and we start seeing those due diligence fees, now we're going to start seeing 3-digit due diligence fees and double-digit due diligence fees. Think about it, you guys. The seller's got to find somewhere else to live. You're not getting a roommate, you're kicking them out of their house. So they either got to go under contract to buy another house or they got to sign a lease. And if this buyer breaches, this is the money that they may need to get out of their contract or get out of their lease. Does this make sense? So we got to try to put them in a position, listing agents, to negotiate that they're protected should this buyer terminate. So there's sole and exclusive remedy. There are some exceptions. We saw those in damages and further paragraphs. It kind of gives us references back and forth. The liquidated damages is compensatory and not punitive, such amount being a reasonable estimate of the actual loss the seller would incur as a result of the breach. The payment to the seller and the liquidated damages shall not constitute a penalty, but actual compensation to the seller for the anticipated losses. Everybody acknowledging that it'd just be hard to determine the actual amount of damages. Because again, remember, we're agreeing to these up front when we're forming the contract. A common question I get about the breach by the buyer, what if the seller has already done the agreed upon repairs and now the buyer terminates? And a common question is, can the seller go after the buyer for those agreed upon repairs? And a judge is probably going to say no. And I'll tell you why. First off, because the contract says liquidated damages is their sole and exclusive remedy. They may not be entitled to those repairs. But the second piece of it, wouldn't it be presumptuous that if we're putting this home back on the market, we have a better product to put on the market because we've done these repairs? If we fix the electrical, we can now say, hey, house back on the market, electrical repairs, our electrical taken care of, new electrical, or, you know, whatever. If the repairs are like $5,000, then tack $5,000 on the sales price and say the electrical has been addressed. They're not going to be able to go after. They have a better product to sell now. Breach by the seller. In the event of material breach by the seller, buyer may either elect to terminate this contract and shall be entitled to return both earnest money and due diligence, together with reasonable costs actually incurred during the buyer's due diligence. So if the seller breaches, the buyer can go after them for money. They can get reimbursed for money that they spent on this transaction. Or they can agree not to terminate, instead treat this contract as remaining full force and seek the remedy of specific performance. So it's going to be up to the buyer. Do you want the money or do you want the property? If the seller breaches, the buyer's got a choice. And if they have a bunch of questions, let's direct them to their attorney and make sure they're getting that proper legal advice. Can we agree that consequences for the seller to breach are much harsher than those for the buyer breach? I mean, if the seller breaches, the buyer could go after them for all the monies. They could go after them for specific performance, right? The buyer can go after the seller. If the buyer breaches, the seller gets due diligence and earnest money, and that's it. Sole and exclusive remedy. Consequences for seller breach are definitely much harsher. The reason for that, the seller's the one that initiated this whole thing to begin with by putting a for sale sign in the yard. And if they didn't really want to sell or they couldn't sell, then they should have taken care of that before they advertised the sale. Last piece here is attorney's fees. If legal proceedings are brought by buyer or seller against the other to collect any of those fees, The parties agree that a party shall be entitled to recover reasonable attorney's fees. The parties acknowledge and agree that the terms of this contract is just proving that evidence of indebtedness. So again, the contract's pretty clear. Who owes what if we breach? Who's supposed to be responsible for what if we breach? And if either party doesn't perform and we got to go to court, the losing party is going to be responsible for both parties' attorney's fees. So again, before we get to this point, I mean, whip out the contract and read the remedies for breach to them. Let them talk to an attorney, because either way they're going to lose. The judge is going to get the contract in their hand and say, well, it says right here on page 13, what happens if you breach? So why are you fighting this? Why aren't you releasing the money? And not only is the breaching party going to lose, because that's what the contract says, but now they're also on the hook for two attorneys' fees, theirs and the others. So, let them simmer down. Like I said, everything looks better in the light of day. So let everybody simmer down and try to have these conversations. We don't want to get to court. We don't want to get to court. And maybe sometimes just whipping out the contract and reading it to them, to letting them talk to their attorney, maybe that can prevent us from getting to court. If you do not understand this form or feel that it does not provide for your legal needs, you should consult with an attorney before you sign it. After you sign it, it's too late. So let's hash out these things before. The offer shall become binding on the effective date. Again, address what happens if the due diligence or the earnest money are late. Buyer signs on the left, seller signs on the right. I got a place for 2 buyers and 2 sellers. We also have a place for an entity buyer or an entity seller. So if it's an LLC or a corporation. Should you have more than 2 buyers or should you have more than 2 sellers? We have an additional signatures addendum. So we can collect as many signatures as we need. All the people that got to sign up on the day of settlement to sign something need to be on the contract. They need to be recognized and acknowledged on the contract, and we can use the additional signatures addendum. I think there's 8 places to sign. So you get 2 here, you got 8 there, you're up to 10 people. If you have more than 10 people, use another additional signatures addendum. Now you're up to 18. If you got more than that, use a third. You got to use as many of those as you need to get all those people on board. Technically speaking, this is the end. Once we get everybody's signatures, this is the end of our offer to purchase and contract. So technically our contract's only 14 pages, not 17. We'll talk about the other 3 tomorrow night. But technically speaking, when the judge picks this thing up, he is looking from the signatures up, because that is the contract. The rest of this just kind of helps the contract move along. Questions, thoughts? I know the offer to purchase and contract is not the most exciting thing that we do in real estate. It's probably one of the more important forms that we use, though. So if this was your first time going through the contract, I hope it's not your last. And make sure you're definitely reading this. Be familiar with it. Sit down and read it every once in a while so you know what's in it, so you can protect your buyers and sellers. Questions, comments? So what does tomorrow night look like? Yeah, we got those last 3 things to look at the contract. Won't take long. We're going to talk about our commonly used addenda. We'll wrap up 11. After 11, we got some licensed law and education issues. Any CE class or post-licensing class you take, they're going to talk to you about current versus expired and active versus inactive license. So we'll go through that. Maybe not tomorrow, maybe now we're on to Thursday night. But we're in really good shape as far as time goes. So, trucking right along again tomorrow, more forms tomorrow. So come prepared. And then don't forget our recommended homework assignment on Thursday. So we said CD number 4. If you haven't had a chance to do that yet, I suggest you do it between now and Thursday to help get ready for that test on Saturday. Questions? That's what I got. Y'all have a good night. I guess sleep fast. Do we have to go to work tomorrow? You guys going to work tomorrow? Yep, yep, yep. I'm teaching in the morning, so sleep fast, and we'll do it again tomorrow night. Thank you.